All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, August 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of August 2024. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. I may ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And today we'll be covering all items noted on our August agenda. Madam Secretary, let's please proceed with first public comment section.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, time needed to address those questions will not count the speaker's 3-minute time. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during our public comment sections cannot be acted upon by the board. However, we, of course, are always welcoming comments from the public as well from my fellow board members. Let's start in Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? Are we able to pull that up on our view? There we go. No one wishing to make public comment in Carson City. All right, let's go here to Las Vegas. Anyone wishing to make public comment, please step forward, state your name, spell your last name for the record, just so we're all understanding there is a court reporter today. She is not in the room with us, but she is typing down everything you say, so try to speak slowly as possible so that she can take everything down. Good morning.
My name is Glenn Hunsucker, Hunsucker. My comment is about Regulation 14.310, retention of records. This regulation allows written records to be destroyed after 5 years. I ask that this be changed and that all records be retained indefinitely. Modification to gaming devices or why casino games are fraudulent. Therefore, there should always be a record of the specific modifications made to these devices for future reference. Modifications allow casinos to control the outcome of the games in both directions. They can cause people to lose more often than usual, or they can allow people to win more often than usual. Allowing people to win is how casinos manipulate and deceive the consumer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas? To your right there. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Ira Dianen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. Just a quick note on our correspondence with the Tax and License Division regarding potential NGC Regulation 9 violations related to the debt of Mr. Logi, a gaming license holder at Rampart Casino. We received a letter on June 6th as promised by the chair and thank them for that. We sent a follow-up letter around July 22nd. On August 2nd, the chief of the division gave us a status check and said that a response is being prepared. We thank the board and the staff for their time and attention on this. We have to ask again. The question remains whether for almost 4 years, Nevada gaming regulators did not know that a gaming license holder of a company behind a casino resort in the Las Vegas locals market was dead. Was this the fault of Mr. Logi's representatives in the Rampart Casino Holding Company, the fault of our state gaming regulators, or both? And given that according to the June 6th letter, the Nevada Gaming Commission has yet to approve a successor license holder for Rampart Casino. We also have to ask, have any profits from the gaming operation at the Rampart been paid to unlicensed heirs or family members of Mr. Logi after his passing? Thank you again, and we look forward to your response.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Christopher Meng, M-E-N-G, and I'm from Red Rock Casino. I work at the Lucky Penny restaurant as a line cook, and I am fighting for a union contract. I am fighting for a union contract at Red Rock Casino for better pay, better working conditions, and job security. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. Zach Popple for the Culinary Union, POPPEL. There's a reason why Station Casinos employees chose to be represented by the Culinary Union. There's a reason why thousands of Station Casinos employees unionized between 2016 and 2019. The Chief Legal Officer and Chief Financial Officer for Station Casinos are before the board today. They are among the highest ranking executives in the company. In the fall of 2019, Mr. Welch reviewed a slideshow deck presented to executives about a weaponized employee benefit scheme. I want to offer excerpts from a June 2024 federal ruling by the National Labor Relations Board, a ruling which Station Casinos continues to litigate on appeal. In June, the NLRB wrote that, quote, "We specifically affirm the judge's credibility resolutions in this respect and accordingly conclude that the respondent did not establish that it decided to improve employee benefits for legitimate business reasons unrelated to the union's campaign." In a footnote, the board states, "Our careful review of the entire record reveals that many of the respondents' witnesses, including Red Rock GM Nelson, Chief Operating Officer Finch, Chief Legal Officer Welch, Chief Financial Officer Cootie, Senior VP of HR Fortino, testified with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and unwholly implausible forgetfulness that the judge was fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable, except where independently corroborated or against the respondent's interests." In June, the ruling continues, "The centerpiece of the respondent's unlawful campaign was its tripart message, promising and granting employees tremendous new benefits without the union, threatening to withhold or withdraw these benefits if employees selected the union, and implicitly threatening that selecting the union could only lead to years of fruitless bargaining without any improvement to working conditions. This highly coercive combination of promises and threats was accompanied by a barrage of further unlawful conduct, including additional threats that selecting the union would lead to withdrawal of favors, extras, or help that employees could otherwise expect from management, implicit threats of job loss related to strikes, and interrogation and discriminatory treatment of union supporters. The coercive impact of these unfair labor practices was magnified because they were committed by the respondent's highest ranking executives, including Nelson and Fortino, as well as other managers and supervisors at all levels. We urge the board to convey to Mr. Welch, Mr. Cootie today, that in any future testimony under oath, they be less evasive and less forgetful. The chief legal officer, and chief financial officer of a Nevada gaming company should be trustworthy, credible witnesses in law enforcement proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Rory Kirkendall. I'm also here from the Culinary Union. I'll spell my last name. It's KuykenDall. I want to provide 2 updates about station casinos and request the board and commission assign a staff person to monitor ongoing legal proceedings and examine exhibits for potential violations of Nevada gaming. The first update is that the United States Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit, the National Labor Relations Board, has moved for enforcement of its June 17th order against Red Rock Casino. Red Rock Casino has asked for review. The case numbers are 24-1221, 24-1239, and 24-1240. If the court sides with the NLRB and workers, then the board's order of June 17th, 2024, requiring Red Rock Casino to recognize and bargain with the union will be enforced. As a reminder, the NLRB's June 17th order ruled that Red Rock Casino's extensive course of and unlawful misconduct between September 2019 and June 2020 stemmed from a carefully crafted corporate strategy, and that the most important unfair labor practices were planned and executed by Red Rock Casino and Station Casino's top management and owners. The second update is that down the street last week, one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in history resumed. NLRB prosecutors and attorneys for Station Casinos made opening arguments, and the general manager for Red Rock Casino was called to the stand. We will keep you updated on both of these legal proceedings. Our request today is that you direct a staff person to monitor ongoing legal proceedings who can apprise you of the issues that may bear upon your duty to determine the ongoing suitability of officers and employees who engaged in the administration or supervision of the activities of a corporate gaming license, including the ability of such persons to testify truthfully under oath. The hearings here in Vegas are open to the public. We are here today to ask you for an answer to the following question. Is it acceptable to the Gaming Control Board and Commission that top executives of Nevada gaming companies should testify under oath in a federal proceeding with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and wholly impossible forgetfulness that a judge is fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable except where independently corroborated or against the respondent's interest? That is what the National Labor Relations Board found of Mr. Welch, Mr. Cootie, and others just this past June. As the guardians of the integrity of the Nevada gaming industry, what do you intend to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment this morning? All right, Judge, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Just like to give a shout out to Chief Deputy Darlene Caruso. She's not here. Maybe she's on video. And Senior Deputy Mike Soms and Deputy Nona Lawrence for doing an outstanding job all the time, basically, but certainly for the last month. We've kept them very, very busy, and they're doing outstanding work. They're giving us excellent legal advice. They're working above and beyond their call of duty. And I just want to extend my deep appreciation. I'm sure I speak on behalf of the board for all the good work you folks are doing. So thank you for being here.
Well said, Judge. And I'll take a moment on behalf of everyone at the Game Control Board. I want to congratulate Dr. Watkins on the newest member of her family. And we're delighted to have you on Zoom with us today, Dr. Watkins, and I'm sure with your daughter, who's the newest member of our Gaming Control Board family. So happy to have you here and participating with us today.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
All right, then that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, that brings us to the first item on our agenda, which is the approval of our prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.05, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition, July 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I know that all the board members have had an opportunity to review the disposition from last month. I did not have any corrections. Unless either of my colleagues had questions or corrections, I would ask for a motion on the disposition.
I have no comments.
I don't have any questions, Chair, and I'd be happy to make that motion.
All right, please.
I move for approval of the control board disposition for July 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. And we didn't have any minutes from last month, did we, Madam Secretary?
Did not.
All right, then let's go to non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the applications of William Hill, Nevada 2 for licensure as a key employee, as noted on the agenda, and the applications for William Hill, Nevada 2 to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the sports pools operated by GPEG 1 LLC at Bodine's Slot World, Carson Valley Inn, and Sharks Casino. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, my partner is employed as an accountant at Caesars Entertainment. However, I have no pecuniary interest in this matter, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person will be affected by this relationship. I therefore intend to fully participate in this matter.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr.
Morning.
Chairman, Member Assad in Las Vegas, and Member Watkins. Congratulations on your new arrival. We're all happy for you.
Thank you.
My name is A.G. Burnett, and I am here with Mr. Jeff Hendricks of Caesars Entertainment. Also with us today are folks from GPEG 1 LLC, Mr. Mike Pegram behind me, along with his counsel, Dennis Nylander, who you can see directly behind me, and his partner, Sev Carlson. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, what you have before you are a series of applications, first relating to Caesars' request to amend its order to reflect the following requests, and those namely being requests to allow William Hill, Nevada 2, which, as you know, is doing business as Caesars Sportsbook, to act as a key employee at 4 of Mr. Pegram's GPEG locations. Those specifically being Carson Valley Inn, Bodine's Casino, Sharky's Casino, and Slot World. And essentially what we're asking to do here is have Caesars Sportsbook conduct certain activities on behalf of those operations and under their direction and control related to things such as risk management, sports wagering equipment placement of certain kiosks and terminals. We understand that rump went fairly smoothly, and of course, we are happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the agreement between the parties. Final 2 notes. We have reviewed what I believe now is the second revised order of registration and have draft 2, excuse me, of the order of registration. And have worked with Deputy Chief Teggio on those and have no issues or problems with that. And would like to also thank the board staff and Agent Ben Stewart. He was a pleasure to work with.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. You touched on this a little bit, but can you tell us what the business purpose of this is? Is this for estate planning primarily? What are we trying to accomplish through this transaction?
Sure. I'll give a brief summary and turn it over to Mr. Hendricks and perhaps Mr. Pegram, but I believe the circumstances that Mr. Pegram's locations have a platform that they are using, which will no longer be supported in a relatively short period of time. And because of the close nature between GPEG and the Caesars folks, it was sort of a no-brainer to ask William Hill and Caesars Sportsbook to come in and essentially take those over to ensure continuity of operations. But if I've missed anything, Jeff?
I think that's right. This is a core function of what we do in Nevada, which is provide sportsbook services to third-party operators. And so this was a good opportunity from the Caesars Sportsbook side to provide the kiosks and support the operations at the GPEG properties, and a natural fit given the changeover in the prior services that were being provided by a third party. So just got a nice natural fit there.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hendricks. So I'm clear, who's going to be generating the lines at these sports pools?
The lines will be generated by the Caesars Sportsbook team, but we'll be operating as a key employee for GPEG. So ultimately, GPEG will have decision-making over the lines and determinations offered on their properties.
And you're jumping in right into my next question, which is who will be responsible when the board agents ask for questions, inquiries, and information from any of these sports pools? Who's first on deck to respond, and who's on second base?
Yeah, I think obviously the GPEG operators hold the non-restricted licenses for sports betting, so they would primarily be the first point of contact. But Caesars Entertainment through Caesars Sportsbook will obviously be there as well. In terms of the agreement that's between the parties, which I believe you have, there will be a high level of cooperation.
All right. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions regarding the applications or the order?
Yes, I do have a few questions. Thank you for addressing primarily the reasons why GPEG is looking to make this change. How will the change impact the employees at the various locations?
We don't anticipate any sort of material impact to the employees involved.
Okay, is there any impact? You said material. Is there any impact to the employees?
Mike, do you want to speak up after you?
Mr. Pegram will appear. Mike Pegram.
Yes.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Pegram. I'm the principal of GPEG. There will be a loss of jobs in Slot World and Bodine's because there will go kiosks only. And one of the reasons for GPEG making this move right now is just pure economics of with the explosion of sports books and the competition that has came into the marketplace. As an independent operator, it just keeps on being more difficult to operate. One of the reasons, just what really spurred this decision, is because of the technology, and our provider or platform Stadium is going to be going out of business after this year, is our understanding. So as long as we're going to keep on for our patrons to have a sportsbook option, going to a partnership with a larger entity such as Caesars is about the only option that we have left.
Understood. And how many employees at each of those locations? I believe there are 3 kiosk only locations that are being created. How many employees will lose their jobs?
There'd be 2 at each location, okay, which we will end up reassigning them to different departments.
Okay. You mentioned the chair asked, and you mentioned that there who would be creating the lines. Other than who's creating the lines, what duties will be performed by William Hill in comparison to those that will be performed by GPEG?
GPEG will just be overseeing. We understand it's our license. We understand that we're responsible for any violations that would happen in the operation, but we will rely on Caesars on the day-to-day operations, and we will be in constant communications with them if there's any issues that we see.
I understand that GPEG has ultimate oversight, but are there specific duties that will be performed by GPEG versus those that will be performed by William Hill?
We will oversee the setting of the lines. If there is something that we don't like, we will say it. But other than that, on a day-to-day basis, because as you know, 3 of the 4 locations will be coming directly out of the kiosks.
Okay. And are employees trained on where their limits are? Is there some kind of training for employees, William Hill and GPEG employees on the separation of duties or the limits of their responsibilities?
Yes, there will be training. As you see, we've already have another locations, Tamarack Casino. The only difference with this is on Tamarack Casino, Caesars holds the license, but it's in our building with our employees. So it'll be the same type of training that we go through there. So our people will be looking for the training from Caesars, which they have provided us at our other location, that we are comfortable with what they have provided, and we'll go forward from that point.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Burnett, always nice to see you. Wish you were here in person, but good to see you on video nonetheless.
Nice to see you too.
Thank you. Thank you. The question I have is, sometimes these kiosks malfunction And who would be on site to resolve a patron who deposited some money, but the machine malfunctioned?
That would be GPEG's role, and we will have someone who is trained and knowledgeable of the kiosks and would handle all disputes at the property level.
Okay, great. And then regarding any patron disputes, who would be primary to resolve or answer to any patron complaint?
That would be, and again, we would cooperate with Caesars on how we would handle that going forward, depending on the nature of the complaint.
Okay, great. That's all I have, and want to wish you all good luck. I'm happy to support the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who can explain for me how the separation of the race book is going to be handled versus William Hill handling the sports pools if this gets approved by the commission?
Yeah, so the race book function, I should point out as a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, Dennis Nylander on behalf of GPEG. The Carson Valley Inn location is still going to be a manned book. And they do have a very active race book as well. So on that side, GPEG has extensive knowledge on the race book part of that. So, and those individuals will still be available to GPEG for any of the properties as far as the race side is. But so the kiosks are really just for 3 properties, but Carson Valley Inn will still remain a manned book.
And what will the tickets read? Will the race tickets have a different gaming licensee noted on them than the sports pool tickets at that location?
No, they're the same.
Okay.
The tickets, Mr. Pegram will correct me if I'm wrong, but the tickets are all GPEG tickets, so they list the 4 different properties. So if you just go to Bodine's, you don't get just a Bodine's ticket. You get a ticket that's applicable because those tickets can be cashed at any of the locations. That's correct. So a patron, a patron at Bodine's could go to Carson Valley Inn and cash their tickets at Cage.
And we got a snapshot of what the ticket looks like today with those 4 properties. If the commission approves this later this month, there's a condition that talks about how the wording will actually be placed on the ticket. Have you thought about that already? I'm sure you'll have time to work with enforcement, but have you already figured out how that wording will work? And if so, will the 4 properties still be on there as well?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're not aware of any specific proposed wording. However, of course, since we do have some time before the commission meeting, we're happy to review that and take a look and get back to the enforcement division.
But you're aware, obviously, that there is a couple examples historically where a book has had to have, if it's not the property, we've used words like powered by to make it very clear who is responsible if the person has an issue like the judge brought up, or my next question is going to be about patron disputes. So you can either address them singularly or both at the same time.
Chairman Hendrick, happy to speak to the first matter and then just a second. We are aware of the condition relating to how we refer to the branded elements of the sports book. So whether it's powered by Caesar Sportsbook or Caesar Sportsbook at Carson Valley Inn, for instance. And our team, the Caesars team, is working with the GPEG team on what that branding will look like on the kiosk and as referenced on the ticket. So we are prepared to comply with that condition and properly reference on any sort of collateral, both at the kiosk level or at the ticket level for our customers.
Okay, and back to my question about the race book. Will the race book tickets be on the same system? I understand the stadium point that Mr. Pegram was making, but will there be a system that's producing race tickets versus sports pool tickets, or will they all be coming out saying Caesars at or powered by?
I believe they'll all come out as powered by or Caesar Sportsbook at the respective property.
Even though the employees will, at the race side, will be employees of GPEG?
That's correct. The system that will be used to actually provide the ticket will be provided by Caesar Sportsbook. And then for the Carson Valley Inn location where there is a manned kiosk, those employees will be GPEG employees.
It would be perhaps important and apropos to note, Mr. Chairman, that because of the changeover regarding the stadium technology, there's an immediate need to make this change for two reasons. One, in advance of the football season, of course, which is very important. But secondly, as your agents may have made you aware, the company, Caesars, fully intends to come in to file licenses to fully operate the sports books immediately upon commission approval of this particular item. These applications were made in order to essentially allow the Caesar Sportsbook to work under GPEG's direction on the short term on a more immediate basis, if that makes sense.
It does, and I appreciate you putting that on the record. Mr. Burnett, how would that work with the race book? Once you file that application, would that be for race book and sports pool at Carson Valley? And if you haven't got that far, it's okay.
We have not gotten that far, Mr. Chairman, but conversations will occur.
Okay. And my earlier question was about patron disputes. And I understand you're still working out the language internally, and we'll run that by enforcement pursuant to the condition if the commission approves it. But what is the plan? If a patron has a dispute, who's the dispute with?
Mr. Nylander can correct me if he believes I'm incorrect. However, I would say because GPEG is the licensed operator at the location, GPEG will be responsible for all of the regulatory requirements regarding patron disputes and how they're initially investigated and handled.
Okay, so it's a matter then that there could be witnesses from the William Hill side.
Yes, for the record, Dennis Nylander. Yes, Mr. Chairman, you'll see in the agreements, the parties obviously both longstanding licensees, and they've entered into this arrangement, fully anticipating they will need to cooperate on a number of levels, including patron disputes. But certainly GPEG as the licensee at the location will be responsible ultimately. But the parties have a good working relationship, and William Hill will be a key employee. GPEG will deal with a key employee as it does all of them. And so if there's a patron dispute, we certainly will be walking hand in hand through the board processes in order to amicably resolve any disputes.
Thank you, Mr. Nylander. Also, for the record, it's my understanding that the Enforcement Division has already reviewed the surveillance at all the locations, as well as reviewed the house rules and parlay cards. So that aspect has already been done, to my understanding. If I'm wrong, correct me, but that is moving the process forward.
I believe you're correct, Mr. Chairman. And as always, whenever enforcement needs to come out and look at the surveillance, we'll be right there to assist in whatever way is necessary.
Thank you. And then because we have a separate application for William Hill 2 receiving a percentage of gaming revenue, do any of you gentlemen need to put anything on the record about that?
The request to receive a percentage of revenue was something that we wanted on essentially as a safety mechanism in case any terms of the agreement changed. However, right now, under the current agreement, is our belief, and I believe the board's understanding, that there is no percentage of revenue being received at present. But we wanted that, Mr. Chairman, just essentially, for lack of a better term, as a hedge in case any agreements changed.
And how will the board be notified if that change happens?
Sure. If any change in that regard happens, I'm sure the board can easily place a condition, but you have our commitment, of course, to notify Chief Teggio and the rest of his team should that change. We would, of course, work with the board in terms of that if that were to happen. Although I doubt that it will, simply because of the immediacy in terms of getting in the new set of applications to operate the sports books in a full 100% fashion.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burnett. And yeah, I'll take you at your word that we certainly don't want anybody receiving a percentage of revenue without the board knowing. So if it does happen because of the application process, for some reason slowing down, of course, just let the board know.
We will.
Absolutely.
All right. I didn't have any other questions. You said you've reviewed the second draft and had no other comments on that from any of you gentlemen?
No, we've worked with Deputy Chief Teggio on that over the last day or so and find it acceptable.
Very good. Anything else any of you would like to add?
No.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, I'd like to take this in two separate motions just because there's so many applications. Would you like to take them in the order that we have them, which is the application for the amendment to the order of registration first, or would you rather take the other applications first?
Whichever order is easiest for the person making the motion.
Okay, then I would ask if either of my colleagues prefers to make a motion on either draft number 2 of the revised order or on the other applications, and we'll separate them, whatever order you prefer, if whoever makes a motion.
Chair, I'll make that motion to, with regard to the amendment to the order of registration.
All right, and go ahead.
I move to recommend approval of the application for amendment to order of registration and non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Ruber pursuant to the 14th revised order draft number 2 dated August 6, 2024.
All right. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. Dr. Watkins, would you like to make the motion on the other applications?
Yes, I will. I move to recommend approval of the applications for licensure as a key employee and application for William Hill to receive a percentage of revenue in non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. Except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of GPEG 1 LLC. Any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between GPEG 1 LLC and William Hill, Nevada 2 must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. Prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for GPEG 1 LLC to convert a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee is required prior to closing or reopening a manned satellite operation. As to Bodine, GPEG 1 LLC shall ensure that signs concerning the sports pool, all wagering tickets and betting sheets, and the homepage of any website must indicate that GPEG 1 LLC is the operator of the sports pool. Caesar Sportsbooks may be identified on such postings as the manager of the sports pool or by other terms that suggest its role as providing services for GPEG 1 LLC, such as powered by or by Caesar Sportsbook or Caesar Sportsbook at Bodine's. As to Slots World, GPEG 1 LLC shall ensure that signs concerning the sports pool, all wagering tickets and betting sheets, and the homepage of any website must indicate that GPEG 1 LLC is the operator of the sports pool. Caesar Sportsbooks may be identified on such postings as the manager of the sports pool or by other terms that suggest its role as providing services for GPEG 1 LLC, such as powered by or by Caesar Sportsbook or Caesar Sportsbook at Slots World, that's Slot World. As to Carson Valley Inn, GPEG 1 LLC shall ensure that signs concerning the sports pool, all wagering tickets and betting sheets, and the homepage of any website must indicate that GPEG 1 LLC is the operator of the sports pool. Caesar Sportsbook may be identified on such postings as the manager of the sports pool or by other terms that suggest its role as providing services for GPEG 1 LLC, such as powered by or by Caesar Sportsbook or Caesar Sportsbook at Carson Valley Inn. as to Sharky's Casino. GPEG One LLC shall ensure that signs concerning the sports pool, all wagering tickets, and betting sheets and the homepage of any website must indicate that GPEG One LLC is the operator of the sports pool. Caesar Sportsbooks may be identified on such postings as the manager of the sports pool or by other terms that suggest its role as providing services for GPEG One LLC, such as powered by or by Caesar Sportsbook or Caesar Sportsbook at Sharky's Casino. And that's the end of the conditions.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Mr. Burnett, I believe you stated earlier you've seen those conditions and you had no questions or comments about them. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We're fine with those conditions.
And on the second one, it addresses what we talked about earlier. If there is a change to start accepting a percentage of revenue, it's actually a condition in here. Do you understand that?
Yeah, absolutely. And upon further thought, since there is currently a management agreement between the parties, obviously, I think that would take an amendment. So we would obviously have to get with the board on providing that as well.
Very good. And then as you can tell from Dr. Watkins laying out each of the conditions about the branding at the locations, the board takes very seriously the idea that the customer needs to be aware of who they're wagering with. And that's why they're each broken down into making it very clear who is operating, who is licensed, and who the person is wagering with. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we would concur with that theory, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 2.
Unrestricted number 2 is the application of Pioneer Topco LP for approval of distribution.
Good morning, Mr. Gibson. Pleasure to have you here.
Oh, thank you. It's good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, and Dr. Watkins. It's a pleasure to be here, Madam Secretary. I'm Bryn Gibson here, attorney with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm here on behalf of Pioneer Topco, which is part of the holding structure of Venetian. And I think we have on Zoom Monta Azalina, who is a principal in the private equity group of Apollo, or we should.
Are we able to allow her in? There we go.
There she
Thank you.
is.
Good morning.
And here we have Mr. Robert Bremer, who's the CFO of Venetian.
Morning. You have a presentation for us, Mr.
Your
Gibson?
leave? Yes, sir. Mr. Bremer does. An oral presentation.
Wonderful. Morning, Mr. Bremer. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good morning, Robert Bremer, Chief Financial Officer at Venetian. Thank you, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, and Dr. Watkins. First of all, I'd like to thank Senior Agent Logan for her prompt review and professional review of our application. As Mr. Gibson mentioned, I'm prepared to provide a brief affirmative presentation this morning where I'll cover financial performance. I'll cover some of the investments that we're making in the facility, important investments that we're making in team members in the community. Finally, discussion of kind of why this distribution makes sense and leaves the Venetian well positioned to execute. Financial performance, as you have seen in the materials we've submitted, has been exceptionally strong. In 2023, we beat our budget and goals by double-digit percentage, has similar growth on a year-over-year basis. 2024 is similar trends. We're meaningfully beating budget through the first half of the year, and the market trends continue to be very strong, as evidenced by the financial results that the Strip has released in the last week. Within that context, the Venetian continues to grow market share, which we're very proud of. We're executing against a strategy that I've discussed from time to time with the board. Our capital investments that we made so far have been very well received by customers, and they are driving incremental revenue. And importantly, investments that we're making in our culture to make people think more like owners and be accountable for results, I think is bearing fruit. Most importantly, from a financial perspective, we have $830 million of cash as of the end of July, and that's the source of the distribution that I'll talk about in a minute. Number two, invested in the property. Our board and our management team is really taking a long-term view of this property. We're looking to build a business that is competitive in the long run, which we think is the right approach for all stakeholders. Since Apollo took the business private in February of 2022, We've already invested 490 million CapEx in the facility. And if you walk the property, you'll notice that it's meaningfully different than it was 2 years ago. And we're just getting going. We have another $1 billion in our capital plan, and 900 million of which we're going to execute and deploy over the 2024-2025 time period. The asset really is in great shape. I think once we finish our plan toward the end of 2025, it'll be in the best condition in the last 25 years. Really, the goal here is to create more compelling experiences for guests, create strong returns for our investors, and then obviously more opportunities for our team members. So far, we've invested new gaming spaces, high-limit gaming spaces on property. We've opened several restaurants. We've opened a new Parisian entertainment venue called Voltaire, a new sports book, a new poker room that opened last week, as well as numerous other investments. In flight, we have a theater investment in flight. We have 3 or 4 other restaurant investments in flight. And most importantly, we're renovating 4,000 of our hotel rooms. The Venezia Tower, which is a 1,000-room tower, will be completed by the end of this year. We'll roll directly into the Venetian, which is a 3,000-room tower, and that'll be completed by mid-2025. Moving on, investing in team members in the community is also really a priority of our business. It's the team members that make the nation special, and having them engaged in driving top-tier guest service is what creates loyalty and makes our business really work for the long term. The largest investment that we've made in our team members, which I've discussed previously, is the Venetian Appreciation Award. And this is really a unique program that we put in place that as our equity value increases, above which our investors bought in at, a piece of that value creation accrues to all team members in the business. So it's a unique program to share the upside, but also to create alignment, create loyalty, to make Venetian really the best place to work. So that's a major investment. So far, we've distributed $2,250 to all full-time team members as part of this program. There's another distribution associated with this request, which we'd like to keep confidential, but that'll happen in December of 2024. And then much more to come as the business continues to grow in value over the years. Additionally, we're very proud of, we launched a paid parental leave policy, which was new to the Venetian. We've constructed a new on-site wellness center, which provides financial, physical, and mental health opportunities for our team members. And then in our town hall yesterday, the item that actually got the most applause was that we're in the midst of finalizing a heart of house Starbucks for our team members. It'll have local pricing as opposed to strip pricing, but people love their coffee, and this was a top item yesterday. On charity and community, we've increased the level of investment more than 2x since the business was taken private. And one example of this, we've really invested in food rescue, partnered with a local charity called the Just One Project. And we've doubled our ability to rescue excess food that we produce, mainly for large conventions. And with this partnership, we're donating over 200,000 meals annually to the Vegas Valley. Finally, kind of wrapping this up, the rationale for this distribution. As I mentioned, at the end of July, we had 830 million of cash on hand. Net of the proposed distribution, we'll have 280 million. We don't need the 550 million to execute against the business plan. We have adequate liquidity. We have our capital source, and with the money that we have and the operating cash flow that we expect to generate, we're able to invest this $1 billion over the next 18 months. So that's point one. Point two, I really look at a couple of financial ratios to make sure that our capital structure pro forma for this distribution is conservative. The first is looking at our rent coverage, which is the ratio of EBITDA to rent. With this distribution, we'll be north of 3x coverage. Deals are being done in the marketplace in the last couple of weeks at 2x coverage on standalone casino assets. So 3x provides a conservative cushion that I feel good about. I also look at the ratio of traditional debt to EBITDA. It's a leverage ratio, and pro forma for this distribution, our leverage, our net leverage will be 2.6 turns. I think anything under 3 is quite conservative. And a number of my competitors that operate on the strip are closer to 5x leverage. So those two metrics tell me that we're maintaining an appropriately conservative capital structure. And then the last thing that I really look at is we simulate if the world changes. What if the revenue growth that we've seen over the past 2 years becomes 0? What if it becomes negative? And this capital structure is resilient. If we were to see an event similar magnitude to the great financial crisis of 2008, in terms of revenue declines, we can meet all of our obligations. We can execute against this investment plan without seeking any new non-committed funds. So in summary, the Venetian financial performance is strong. We're meeting our commitments to invest in the business and important investments in our team members and the community. And with this distribution, we'll still execute against our plan. And our capital structure has the resiliency to deal with any unforeseen slowdowns.
Thank you, Mr. Brimmer. Excellent update, and congratulate you on your commitment to investing in Nevada, investing in Nevada's workforce. That's very important for our economy, which is one of the goals and responsibilities of this board. I also want to thank you for your commitment to your employees. Very commendable. Unless you have something right now, Mr. Gibson, I'll ask Dr. Watkins if she has questions. All right, Dr. Watkins.
Yes, I do have questions, but first and foremost, I'd like to say welcome back to Mr. Gibson. It's good to see you again. So it's good to hear that the company is looking toward the long-term profitability and also making investments in the community. I must say, as glad as I am to hear about the local pricing for Starbucks, I am being 2 weeks away from delivery of a new baby girl. I'm glad to also hear about your parental leave policy and other charitable efforts. So thank you for offering that information. I'm also glad to hear that this planned distribution is being paid for with cash on hand rather than with debt. And considering the strong financial performance of the company, I do not have any concerns related to the distribution. And that's all I have for you, Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad, questions?
No questions, just comments. First of all, I'd like to shout out to Senior Agent Tina Logan for doing a great job. She did an excellent report. We're very well prepared. It's pretty straightforward. I want to commend you on an excellent presentation and doing excellent work at the Venetian and the Palazzo for being very profitable, and that transcends over to the employees and to the city and the county and the state as a whole. The tax revenue you generate is phenomenal. It helps build our schools, our roads, and I commend you for doing an outstanding job and your company for doing a great job in that regard. I don't have any particular questions or concerns. I'm happy to see that you're going to have $280 million in cash on reserve over and above this transaction. So that's good. Kudos to you. Just maybe if you could comment, I know it's probably not in your wheelhouse per se, the compliance. You mentioned that EBITDA and employee bonuses and so forth are structured around profitability, EBITDA, and meeting certain budget goals. With regard to the compliance committee regarding AML and BSA conformity and so forth, can you touch upon that a little bit? Do you see a possible conflict maybe between those two situations where the bonuses are directly tied to the marketing department and other key executives, and then compliance with keeping bad guys out of the casino?
Yeah, I don't think it's in conflict. We take compliance very seriously. We have one of the most robust, most senior compliance organizations on the Strip. They operate separately from finance, from marketing, from the business. They operate under our chief legal officer. We have a fully independent compliance committee with 3 outside members that we report to, and they review what we're doing. I'll also say we're investing in new compliance software. There's some great new tools out there in the marketplace that allow us to be even better with KYC and our SAR responsibilities. So we're spending capital to deploy new software to make sure that that remains a priority.
Great. Thank you for that. I have no further questions.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Mr. Cohen, partner at Apollo Global, was going to be joining us this morning, but congratulations, I think, are imminent for him and his wife, unless you have an update in the last few minutes.
You and Chief Hoffman for the waiver. It came in early this morning, and she's in labor now as we speak.
Okay, well, congratulations to them. And Ms. Ozolina, pleasure to have you with us today. Is there anything you'd like to add regarding the Apollo Global Management side for this application?
No, nothing to add. Rob covered it perfectly. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Pleasure having you here. Mr. Gibson, anything else you'd like to add regarding the application?
Oh, sir, it's a pleasure to be back. And this is a Reg 15 C200 letter application for up to 550 million. And yeah.
And you understand there's a condition that says the distribution is limited to 550 million to be paid from cash on hand, correct?
I do.
All right, very good. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 2.
I'll make that motion, Chairman. I move to
Please.
recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The distribution is limited to 550 million to be paid from cash on hand.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you all.
Very much.
Thank you. Pleasure to see you, Mr. Gibson. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ozolina. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 3.
Unrestricted number 3 is the application of Strategic Gaming Management LLC doing business as Big Wheel Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, slot machines only.
Good morning, Mr. Shear.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyde Farber Schreck appearing on behalf of Strategic Gaming Management. With me to my right is Chris Gump, who is the key employee for Strategic Gaming Management. And this is an application for non-restricted gaming license at Big Wheel Casino in Lovelock. It's a slots only operation. I'd like to start by first thanking you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing us to appear from Carson City. And I'd like to thank Agent Lopez for his efforts on this application, for his communication, and for his diligence. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Shear. Mr. Gump, I understand you've been through the process before, but why don't you tell us what your current role is and what your duties are on a day-to-day basis?
My current role is the Director of Operations for Strategic Gaming Management. Day to day, I am based out of Baldini's Casino in Sparks, and I am the general manager there. And I also oversee the Lovelock location for the gaming side, and we have a Big Wheel Casino Battle Mountain as well.
How far is the drive from Sparks to Lovelock?
An hour and a half.
Yeah, and how often do you get to the Big Wheel Casino in Lovelock?
It's once a month unless a problem comes up, and then got to make a trip out there anytime.
And who do you rely on a day-to-day basis when you're not there?
In Lovelock, that it would be Connie Gottschalk. She's our manager out there, and so she's our top employee. She's been at the Lovelock location since day one.
Great. And is there still intending to be a race and sports book at Big Wheel Casino going forward? Is that your plan?
No. After we take it back over, it'll be slot machines only.
Okay. All right. Thank you for those. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Gump?
Yes, I did. Some of the questions you've already covered regarding future plans. And I was going to ask what changes they plan to make, but he's already identified that on the record. What impact will this change have on employees?
It should have zero impact. They'll come back to Strategic Gaming Management as employees. There won't be any changes to wages. I guess the only change is that they'll have a new health plan. They'll be brought back into ours. And currently the only Zen employee that will not be a big wheel employee anymore will be Zen employee Robert Kowalski, who is currently, I guess, the guy overseeing Big Wheel and Lovelock. So it's going to come back under my management. So that'll be the only change. But for the employees, it shouldn't make any difference. And we've all been in contact this whole time. So.
And how many other properties are you overseeing?
The other Big Wheel in Battle Mountain
Mhm.
and Baldini's Casino in Sparks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. And do you have a key employee application on file now?
Mr. Gump is licensed as the key employee for Strategic Gaming Management. They're also licensed as a slot route operator, and so he's licensed as their key employee at the slot route operator level for all of their locations.
Very good. Thank you for putting that on the record. I didn't have any other questions. Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Shear?
No, again, just thank you again for allowing us to appear. We understand there is a condition or a recommended condition for a key employee. Our understanding of that condition is that if Mr. Gump were to leave, we would need to file a replacement within 60 days of hiring someone to replace him. And I just wanted to make sure that that's your understanding as well.
That is my understanding, but I'd like to confirm that Deputy Chief Rippey, is that your understanding as well, is that the key employee application condition would kick into effect if Mr. Gump were to change?
We'd have to talk about that internally with Chief Hoffman.
And right, Chief Hoffman here, no, that your understanding of that is correct. If Mr. Gump were to leave, he would need to be replaced, and an application for whomever replaces him must be filed within 60 days.
Thank you very
much. So we've got that on the record. Thank you.
So, Chairman,
yes.
Do we need to adjust our condition language then?
Chief Hoffman?
I think the condition reads fine the way it is. I think it's adequate.
So the condition language says a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license. That's the first part of the condition language. We're suggesting that a key employee application does not need to be filed within 60 days. Is that right?
That's correct. In a way, that condition has already been satisfied because Mr. Gump is licensed, so this would be going forward.
Okay.
I guess we could take out the issuance of the license language and just say a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of any change in the person occupying the position.
Is that
semantically? Yeah, I think semantically that's probably more accurate, because there wouldn't be a filing of an application within 60 days after the commission action. If you want to read that again slowly, Chief Hoffman, we will take that as the condition.
I'm going on the fly here. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days of any change in the person occupying the position.
Got it.
Mr. Shear, do you understand that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Dr. Watkins, if you've got that down, there's that condition as well as the condition for the location being limited to the operation of slot machines. If you're prepared to make a motion on that, this would be the time.
I am. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines, and a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Stephen Schuster for licensure as key employee as noted on the agenda. You also have a request to withdraw the applications of Aliante Gaming LLC doing business as Aliante Hotel and Casino, the Cannery Hotel and Casino LLC doing business as the Cannery Hotel and Casino, and Nevada Palace LLC doing business as Eastside Cannery Casino and Hotel to add modifications to license.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of Boyd Gaming. Here with me today from the company, we have Steve Schutte and Cassie Stratford. There are two sets of applications before you today. The first set relates to a request for amendments to condition, which the company is seeking to withdraw. And then the second set relates to Mr. Schutte's individual application. We would like to note that this matter was considered by the board at the May meeting and was referred back to staff to allow the company an opportunity to review the condition request and discuss with board members and board staff. That has occurred. There were no issues or areas of concern with Mr. Schutte's individual application at that time or during the course of the investigation. So we are back before you now, and if we could, we would like to start with an explanation as to the condition request withdrawal, and then turn it over to Mr. Schutte's application. If that's acceptable, I'll turn it to Ms. Stratford to do so.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Okerberg. Good morning, Ms. Stratford.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick. Good morning, Judge Assad. Good morning, Member Watkins. Congratulations again. For the record, I am Cassie Stratford, and as Ms. Okerberg mentioned, we are requesting to withdraw without prejudice the applications that we filed, seeking to modify the license conditions on the locations for Aliante, Cannery, and Eastside Cannery. As you recall from the May hearing, the request is initially to remove the requirement to have each general manager at each location apply for licensure. Following that meeting, we reconsidered that request and met with each of the board members and staff, discussed internally, and made the determination that for the present time, we'll continue to require each of our general managers for each location to apply for licensure. In fact, we already requested that the applications for certain general managers at those locations be reactivated, and those will be before you in due course. I wanted to note that we appreciated meeting with each of you and the time you took in discussing this matter with us. We additionally want to thank the board staff, including the investigations division and the audit staff, for all of the time and guidance as we continue to evolve and improve our practices. Separate and apart from the application before you here today, but because we had this opportunity, I wanted to provide you with a brief update on the status of our gaming audits. We've continued to remain dedicated to the 7-point plan that we previously discussed with you all. And we also regularly check in with the gaming audit division and staff. In addition to the interim training we implemented, the updated checklists, practices, and oversight structure, which are the very pillars of our 7-point plan, we've recently begun engaging with potential third parties, including the UNLV Gaming Institute, in looking to create a further revitalized training program for both our financial shared services staff and additionally for our property gaming audit staff that are responsible for these functions. The objective here is to partner with experienced experts to help us rethink, revitalize, and expand our existing training, to use that to reinforce what we're already doing today through a dynamic, engaging program that will help us not only improve our practices, but also use it as a team member engagement and retention tool. As previously noted, we continue to have regular senior executive updates, frequent working group meetings, and continually evaluate our internal practices so that we can proactively address issues as they arise. Before we turn back to Mr. Schutte's application, I wanted to pause here as I'm happy to answer any questions about the update provided or any of the other matters before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Stratford. Excellent presentation and status update. And it was a pleasure meeting with you and the others from Boyd to understand where we were on those applications. And very glad to hear that you've moved forward with the applications in place and we'll continue to work together to figure this out. Great.
Thank you, Chairman.
Dr. Watkins, did you have questions regarding the first application, the ones requested for withdrawal?
No, I don't. I just wanted to say thank you for the affirmative presentation related to the reasoning behind the withdrawal, and also for addressing your audit status. I think it's a great opportunity for you all to partner with UNLV. I'm glad to hear that. And I look forward to having continued conversations. As you know, we've been having ongoing conversations, and I appreciate the cooperation of the company.
Thank you, Member Watkins.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for that presentation. Nice of you to be here. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Just wondering if you met with our audit folks and satisfied their concerns.
So we continue to have ongoing meetings with your audit staff. I recently checked in as recently as last week with Deputy Chief Chung. She actually asked if I could wait a couple more weeks. She had no updates for me, so I may have begun to even check in with her almost too frequently, just making sure we're staying very close to this. We also have an upcoming exit conference related to the cannery audit, which just got scheduled for next week, and I plan to attend that in person in your new offices as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that.
Good. And I also am glad to hear that you're staying on top of the audit issues. There was a number of them, and glad to see that you're setting that as a priority.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. I didn't have anything else on the applications to withdraw. Why don't we go ahead and take a motion on that, and then we'll bring up Mr. Schutte. Dr. Watkins, would you prefer to make a motion on the request to withdraw applications?
Yes, I'll do that now. I move to accept the application to withdraw a non-restricted item number 4 without prejudice.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, that motion passes.
Thank you, Chair. In that case, we would like to bring up Mr. Schutte. He has previously appeared before the board and commission for other locations. However, since he's here today, he's going to provide an update to you on his job duties and responsibilities.
Thank you. Mr. Schutte, pleasure to see you again.
Good to see you all. Thank you. Good morning. Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, congratulations again. For the record, I am Steve Schutte. Give you a little bit of background on me. I've been in the gaming business a little over 30 years. I currently serve as Executive Vice President of Operations for Boyd Gaming. I'm responsible for the oversight of Boyd Gaming's Nevada properties, including a holistic approach to revenue generation and profitability, customer and employee service levels, and compliance within the Nevada region. I'm also responsible for overseeing the strategic execution of Nevada property operations, maintenance, and capital projects. I report to our Chief Operating Officer, Ted Bogich. And that's a little bit about my background and what I'm responsible for. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. And as Ms. Okerberg noted, this was on our agenda a couple of months ago, so had the opportunity to go through all of your background and your experience at that time. As noted for the record, the matter was referred back to staff, but in my opinion, that had absolutely nothing to do with your application. I think we stated that for the record last time, and I want it to be very clear for the record this time that the referral had nothing to do with you personally. It was just a matter of bookkeeping and being sure we had everything straightened out as to the other applications. So I personally have gone through your background, your experience, your education, and I'm very happy to support your application based upon your responsibilities that you currently have at the company, and look forward to you staying on top of everything you're doing, as well as the audits we talked about. I want you to keep that a priority as well.
Absolutely, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins, questions from Mr. Schutte?
Just a comment, just given Mr. Schutte's multiple licensing events and current license status as Executive Vice President of Operations, I don't have concerns. The board is very familiar with Mr. Schutte. I don't have concerns with his background, and I'm happy to support his application. That's all I have.
Great. Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Schutte. Good to see you again.
See you.
You said you've been in the casino industry for about 30 years.
Correct.
I was wondering if you could maybe, for young folks that want to get in the industry and need a path forward to move upward mobility and so forth, can you give us a little background on where you started and how you were able to achieve the position you're in now?
Sure. Thank you. Happy to do that. Started when I was attending college. Started as an intern in the business back in Atlantic City, where I worked in housekeeping, cleaned hotel rooms, supervised housekeepers, did that for about 6 months, went back to school, finished up, spent a brief amount of time in the hotel industry, but really missed the excitement and everything involved with gaming. So I went back to Atlantic City. From there, started in food and beverage and worked my way up. Spent some time opened during the riverboat craze. Had an opportunity to open a riverboat craze, a riverboat property in the Midwest. Had an opportunity to come out to Las Vegas in 1996. Again in food and beverage, and worked my way up as an assistant director of food and beverage, then a director of food and beverage, then an assistant general manager, then a general manager.
Was this with Boyd?
It was not with primarily two different companies.
Okay.
Prior to Boyd, I've been with Boyd about 10 years. So just worked hard along the way, had some great mentors and had some great teams, some of which you'll see later today. That works for a different company now, but great group of people that we worked hard together and have been successful along the way.
So would you say that your formula for success is get a good education, stay in school, stay out of trouble, stay away from drugs, and keep your nose to the grindstone, and good things will happen for you?
Absolutely. And assemble a great team and find a great mentor. Can't go wrong with any of those.
Very good. Thank you for that. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to take the opportunity to again thank the board members and the board staff for all of their help on both of these applications, and in particular, make a note regarding Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke and all of her efforts on this. We appreciate all of her professionalism.
Great. Thank you. I would entertain a motion regarding Mr. Schute's applications.
I move to recommend approval of the application for license as a key executive and non-restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Could we clarify if it's key executive or key employee? Key employee.
It's key
Is that
employee.
part of your motion? Yep.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That part of your motion, licensure as a key employee at those application locations. All right. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Thank you. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Lucas Gums for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. I'm Erica Oakberg, appearing on behalf of Golden Root Operations on this matter. Here with me today is Luke Gums. He is applying for his position in connection with Golden Root Operations and 3 locations. He is a first-time applicant in Nevada, so I would like to just ask him to tell you about his background and his duties and responsibilities.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gums.
Morning. My name is, for the record, Luke Gums, last name Gums. Again, good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, and Member Watkins. Actually born and raised right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Both my parents are retired educators with the Clark County School District. I am married. I have 3 children, Ireland, Lucy, and Nash. I went to Palo Verde High School here in town. After I graduated from high school, I got recruited to play basketball for California Lutheran University in Thousand Oaks, California. That's where I got my degree in accounting. After I graduated with my degree in accounting, came back to Las Vegas. Still had family and friends here, so came back to Las Vegas, worked in various positions and companies, and it wasn't until 2015 when Golden Entertainment reached out for a position in their route operations as an account rep. So obviously being born and raised here, never in the gaming industry, thought it was pretty interesting. So took the position as an account rep. Those first couple of years, definitely learned a lot. So it was a great opportunity. Was really successful with that. Was promoted to director of sales operations for the route, and again continue to take on more duties and responsibilities. And then a couple years later, I was promoted again to senior director of Nevada route operations. So oversaw and was involved with most our northern operation as well as our southern operations. So and then come January of this year, with the acquisition of Tree coming in and acquiring the Golden route operations from Golden Entertainment, that's when I was elevated to vice president of Nevada route operations for Golden. route. I oversee all of the operations on the Nevada side of things. I work closely with my sales team, both northern and southern, for new locations coming on, make sure that they're a good fit and a good partner with us. I approve multiple contracts, again, in compliance with our committee team that we have in-house. I maintain daily contact with our VP of HR for any employee matters that we might have. I monitor our P&L statements monthly and make decisions based on that. Work with multiple third-party vendors, Riskrat, IGT, looking at game product and what we can do to help support our customers out in the field. And then as far as our Northern Nevada locations, I'm here. There's three. There's the Lovelock Junction Casino out in Lovelock. We have our Love's Truck Stop out in Winnemucca, and then we also have our Gold Bar out in Elko. So we have a great management team up there. I visit up there monthly, and the team that we have in place, both at the location and then also in our Northern operation, my director of Northern operations, my assistant director of operations, we're in contact with them, if not weekly, daily. So, so again, I also wanted to thank Agent Lane with my application. He made the process very smooth and painless, which is great. But at this time, any questions that you guys might have for me, I'm more than welcome to answer.
Great. Thank you for that presentation. You answered one of my questions. How often are you physically at each of these three locations?
Yeah, so I go up monthly, and generally when I'm up there for a couple days. So I'm actually at the property talking with our employees at each of them, looking at the game mix, getting back from the customers that are there, what kind of product they have, how's the service been, and then also, again, talking with our team members. So we actually also have weekly meetings with our HR, head of HR for Nevada, with those team members to make sure, again, if there's any openings, job opportunities that we're trying to fill, or any, again, employee issues that we're taking care of those. Obviously, if something does arise, I'm up there more than to make sure that we take care of it in a timely manner.
And how long does that drive take you?
I usually fly. Fly's easier from Vegas to, I take the 1 hour flight, and then usually drive along with either rent a car or I drive with my director of Northern operations through all the locations. So.
Yeah, gotcha. Good. And how many other properties do you have besides these three that you oversee?
So we oversee these three properties. As far as going route operations, we have about 700 locations. We have about 8,000 slot machines.
For you personally, though, that you have to be at physically besides these three?
I have a great management group that was actually in play from Golden Entertainment that transitioned with the acquisition with Oak Tree. So from our AVP of route service to our AVP of route operations to, again, like I said, in our Northern operation, our director and assistant director.
Gotcha. Thank you. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Gums?
Yes, Mr. Gums. It appears that you spent some time in Ireland. Can you talk to me about that? And it seems like your experiences in Ireland may have had a significant impact on your life. Tell me about that.
Yeah, they did. So traveling's always been a big part of what I've loved to do. And obviously playing basketball in college, I couldn't do any study abroad because the season is both the fall and spring. So I never had that opportunity to study abroad. So actually my previous wife, she was doing her student teaching with UNLV. She had an opportunity to do her student teaching her last semester in Ireland. She was awarded that. And I went through, before I kind of started in the job market, I wanted to experience that travel, went through BUNAC. It's a travel employee or a student travel program where they get you a working visa. And so kind of traveled Europe for a month and ended up being in Ireland for that half of that year while she did her student teaching. I had, just a 9-to-5 job working at a mall. So, and just experiencing the Irish culture. Obviously, my firstborn is named Ireland. So it's love that place.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Must have had a significant impact for you to name your firstborn.
Yes, definitely. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. I don't have any questions or concerns regarding your application.
Judge Saad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions, just thank you for being here. Very impressive resume, and I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you. Glad to hear that the process went smoothly. That's always nice to hear. Glad that you've now got probably your whole life in one nice, neat file.
Yes, definitely.
Good. All right. I'm also, based on your background and your experience, happy to support your application today. So, Dr. Watkins, unless Ms. Okerberg has anything else, I would entertain a motion.
I don't. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Watkins.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please read in non-restricted number 6, Madam Secretary.
Unrestricted number 6 is the application of David Zorns for finding suitability as a key executive at Nevada Casino Holdings, LLC.
Morning, Mr. Gemini.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, and congratulations, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad and Madam Secretary, I am Greg Gimignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Nevada Casino Holdings with regard to Mr. Zorn's application. Along with us are Mac Potter, the compliance officer and key license holder at Nevada Casino Holdings, and Tom Reinhart, one of the owners of Nevada Casino Holdings. We did submit a slide deck ahead of time, but we're not going to use that as part of the presentation. It's merely an update to the last hearing 2 years ago, because we do have 2 new board members that were here for that hearing. As you'll know, that last time, 2 years ago, we did have a bit of a hiccup first time we appeared before the board. This file was relatively new to me, and the board was kind enough to send us back to staff so that we could actually answer questions about a prior complaint. I believe we successfully did that, and Mr. Zorns was approved with a 2-year limitation and a requirement to enter employment with Nevada Casino Holdings. He promptly did enter into that employment agreement. I believe that was executed September 1, so less than a month after, really just a few weeks after the commission meeting. And that employment agreement includes clear guidelines regarding his authority with regard to complementaries, and clear guidelines with regard to his duties. I believe Mr. Zorns has adhered to the parameters of that agreement. He also has an incredibly good working relationship with senior management and with the ownership group. And since this matter, or since we do have 2 new board members since the last hearing, I'll ask Mr. Zorns to introduce himself.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Zorns.
Morning.
Please step up to the microphone there.
I sure will. Well, good morning, Chair Hendricks, Dr. Watkins, and Judge Assad. I'm David Zorns, Z-O-R-N-E-S. I've actually been in the gaming industry for over 40 years now. I started it with a legal poker room actually in Washington State, 1975, then joined the Red Lion Hotel chain in 1980. 1983, I was transferred down to Elko, Nevada, and it was the first time that I ran the Red Lion Inn and Casino. After about 5 years, I was approached by IGT and went down to the Caribbean and opened a casino in the Caribbean for IGT when they were in gaming for a short period of time. I was there for almost 2 years, came back and was actually a club manager at the Silver Club in Sparks for a short period of time before being asked to go back to the Red Lion in Elko. I went back to Elko for 2 more years, and when gaming started in Colorado, I went back to Colorado. Kind of became an expert in opening new casinos. I opened the Piccadilly and Cripple Creek, then opened the Jubilee and Cripple Creek, Piccadilly and Blackhawk, Colorado Central Station and Blackhawk, the Mardi Gras Casino in Blackhawk. I came back in 2005 to join the Red Lion. Ironically, when I first was with the Red Lion, I put together an airplane program. We had our own airline. We flew people into Elko from about 100 different cities. When I went back to Elko, it was basically to quit that program and to get the casino operating well with just a locals type of atmosphere. I have a really good working relationship with Mac Potter, our corporate compliance person, and Tom Reinhart, one of our owners. We have weekly meetings with the ownership in Colorado that we talk about everything that goes on in Nevada. I have the 4 working properties in Nevada right now: the Stockman's Casino in Elko, the Scoreboard in Cripple Creek, Model T in Winnemucca, and the El Capitan in Hawthorne. We have general managers at each property. I have a vice president of operations that works with me. We go out to these properties a minimum of monthly, Winnemucca a little bit more often. We have at least weekly Zoom meetings, and almost every week, there's many times that we talk to managers of these properties. I've witnessed many different changes, of course, in the gaming industry, and I've really been honored that I have worked for owners that have really trusted me, appreciated me, and I've really appreciated working for this industry. I love working for the gaming industry. And now that I have this contract and working for this company, the contract shows me completely what my duties are. I get to talk to the owners and tell them exactly what I'm doing. I've learned from prior experience that the communication is the key to having a good relationship, and having things outlined really well has made that really good. I came to work for Nevada Casino Holdings, and after I left the Red Lion, the ownership of the Red Lion decided to run the properties themselves with their own family members. I had a non-compete for a few months, and then I did go to work for Nevada Casino Holdings. My job, I do a lot of looking at what it's going to take to get these properties competitive in the market. We've done quite a bit of capital reinvestment into the properties. Ownership has been very, very great about reinvesting money into these properties. And I kind of I look at what they need, and with the owner's approval, we have done quite a bit to these properties in the last 6 years. I believe that my clear employment agreement has given me clear guidance regarding my duties and authorities, particularly with comps. And I hope this 2-year period has shown that the trust placed in me was well placed, and I've continued to demonstrate suitability to participate in our great industry. And I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zorn's excellent presentation. And as Mr. Giminani explained, understand you were in front of us 2 years ago before I was here. So I thoroughly went through all the investigative material and background material, extensively read through all the transcripts. And I guess my primary question for you is, what have you learned from this process since it happened 2 years ago and as you stand here today?
I think the main thing that I've learned is that you can't over communicate with your owners. I think that our weekly meetings that we have with the ownership, where they always know what's going on, I try to might not do anything that they don't know. I just a better overall relationship with the ownership and understanding what my duties are.
And I understand there were some allegations against you, which I don't need to get into because it was all gone through 2 years ago. Appreciate the presentation you've given us, gone through that carefully. I think you've addressed all of those issues. One question I did want to ask you, and I don't want to get into your medical condition. I don't want to get into asking about medical conditions or on a public record, but is it true that you postponed or changed a medical procedure in order to save your prior employer money?
That is true.
Yeah, that's fascinating and tells me a lot about who you are as a manager, who you are as a leader. If you're facing something that affects your physical condition and you decide that I'm going to try to save money for the insurance company that provides services to my employer, that says a lot to me. And
thank you.
I focused on that. So I'm happy to support your application. Usually when the commission grants a 2-year limited license, it's to provide training wheels, for lack of a better word. You've been in the industry for so many decades that I don't believe you needed training wheels, but I can understand why there were some open questions back then. I personally have no open questions at this time and happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins, did you have a question for Mr. Zorns? You're on mute.
Thank you for that. No questions, just comments. As I was the only member of the board present a couple years ago when these issues were first presented to the board, I think we've come a long way from where we were. I think you have sufficiently explained to the board and to the agents of our board at least your perspective on each of the allegations. I appreciate the presentation that you all prepared and submitted. That's helpful. I think, you know, the fact that you have support from your employer, clearly defined terms in your new contract, and you've had no issues during this limited time period, is in favor of, you know, your application here today. So I don't have any ongoing concerns related to your application. And thank you for your cooperation throughout, you know, your limited license period. And that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here, Mr. Zorn. I want to commend you for outstanding service to the gaming industry. You bring a tremendous amount of wealth, knowledge, and experience. You're a credit to the gaming industry. I'm very satisfied with the contract. I've read through about an inch and a half of investigative materials. Our staff did a thorough and comprehensive job. I'm very well informed about your case, your history, and so forth. Our investigative staff has no concerns, neither do I. The contract is very well defined and describes your duties and responsibilities, and I am more than happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir. I also, as Dr. Watkins pointed out, I thought it carried a lot of weight, the fact that your current employer would stand up with you through all these allegations and attend meetings. That says a lot to me about what kind of a person you are in your current role and who you've been in the gaming industry. And if you don't mind, Mr. Reinhardt, would you mind just, I don't want to put you too much on the spot, but you did an excellent job 2 years ago, and just wanted to ask you if you want to say anything else on behalf of Mr. Zorns and how he's been as an employee and an executive for the past 2 years at your company.
Thank you. Different experience being up here this time. So we really appreciate this. And I think that we've all learned a lot through the process, and David is an excellent employee, excellent leader, and we're so thankful to have him. And we've invested a lot to keep him running our properties. Look forward to moving forward with him and continuing to serve our customers and provide leadership with our employees and teammates in Northern Nevada.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Reinhardt. And I did want to say also for the record, which I'm sure happened 2 years ago, a 2-year limitation in Nevada is not ever done as a punishment. It's done because our licenses in Nevada don't have an expiration date. In other states that you've probably been licensed in or dealt in, and I'm sure you, Mr. Reinhardt, they have an ability to look at licensees on a very strict basis, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. In Nevada, once we give somebody a license, we might not see them for 4 decades. So a 2-year limited license, as I said, is not punishment. It's a chance to say, come back and see us in 2 years and let's see how things are going. I feel, again, very comfortable after 2 years that you will continue to be an excellent member of the gaming community in Nevada. So happy to support your application. Mr. Giminani, unless you had anything else, we will call for a motion.
No, I just wanted to thank Agent Bronzy. She did a great job, very thorough, great to work with. And I'd really appreciate her efforts on this.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 6.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
good luck to you.
Again, Dr. Watkins. Thank you.
All right, a little housekeeping matter. I'm sure the court reporter is ready to take a small break. We are on non-restricted 7 going to non-restricted 13. I would say let's take a 10-minute break. Would that be good? All right, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back and finish up the remaining non-restricted items. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. All right, let's go back on the record after our recess. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Arik Bowles for finding of suitability as a key executive and for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr.
Chair
Reeser.
Hendrick. Member Watkins, Member Assad, we add our congratulations to Member Watkins on the addition to her family. I am Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore Craig, appearing with Eric Allen Knowles on his applications, first for finding of suitability as Vice President Hospitality Strategy with Bally's Corporation and licensing as the General Manager of Tropicana Las Vegas, Inc. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Knowles, who is with me at the podium. We appreciate the professionalism and diligence of Chief Hoffman and his staff processing the application. We want to especially thank the investigative team of Deputy Chief Rippey, Supervisor Moyle, and Agent Stewart. And with your leave, Chair, we do have an affirmative presentation.
Please.
Our presentation first will focus on Mr. Knowles' background. Second, Mr. Knowles is going to take some time to talk about his positions and what's going on at the property. And third, I'll take some time to touch on some general corporate matters that may be of interest to the board. Before the board and the commission is Mr. Knowles' individual application filed October 25th, in 2022. His application was proactively filed by Bally's and submitted pursuant to NRS 463-530, 463-595, and NGC Regulation 15585-75. And that was following his appointment as the general manager of the Tropicana in connection with the company's September 22nd, 2022 acquisition of the Tropicana. Mr. Knowles was born in Gold Beach, Oregon, and grew up in Southern Oregon, where he graduated from high school. High school was at Phoenix. If you've ever gone to the Ashland Shakespeare, that Phoenix High is right down the road from the Playhouse. He began his college studies at Lynn Benton Community College, transferring to Southern Oregon University. And then in September of 1995, he enrolled at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Within months of his relocation to Las Vegas, however, Mr. Knowles began his 28-year career in the hospitality and gaming industry when he joined the front desk staff at the Monte Carlo. Mr. Knowles never abandoned his academic objectives, taking courses while he still was employed full-time, and he earned his Bachelor of Science degree in Hotel Administration from UNLV in 2008. In 1999, Mr. Knowles took the position of hotel supervisor at the Venetian, a very short duration because within 6 months, he was recruited by Mandalay Bay for a promotion to executive guest services manager. Mr. Knowles then joined the Fontainebleau Resorts Organization in 2005 as the vice president of hotel operations and hotel development. And that is a position he held till June of 2009 when that project went into closure after the recession, now renewed as the Phoenix on the Strip. The next month, he accepted the role of Vice President of Hotel Operations at Tropicana Las Vegas. Mr. Knowles has continued at that operation and in that position till he became General Manager through the ownership changes of Onyx Corporation in 2010, followed by Penn Entertainment in 2015, and ultimately Bally's Corporation in 2022. After acquiring the Tropicana Resort, the company selected Mr. Knowles to serve as the general manager of all operations, moving him over from the hotel side to all operations of the property. And he successfully transitioned that property from Penn Entertainment to the Bally's brand and has been tasked with managing the closure of the resort, oversight of the demolition of the historic facilities, preservation of historic resources, and supporting the redevelopment effort at that site. I yield the floor to Mr. Knowles, who's going to take a few moments to share his observations on his role with the company and progress on the redevelopment process at the site. For the record, probably clear to the board, he originally filed a key employee application for general manager. But just recently, in addition to that position, he was given a corporate level title, which is the vice president of hospitality strategy, which is a corporate level provision or position, and he has amended his application for today to include that corporate level key executive application.
Great, thank you. Morning. Morning. Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Prasad, thank you. It's an absolute honor to be here today. As the board is aware, the Tropicana closed its doors Tuesday, 2 days shy of its 67th birthday on April 2nd of this year. One of our main priorities was to get the team members positioned well for their next steps. In addition to severance and other programs, we also provided job placement assistance. This was accomplished successfully by partnering with the county and our local gaming companies through job fairs and other placement programs. I'm very happy to see that many of our team members that I spent over 14 years with from the Tropicana have moved on to great opportunities all over the city. One of the most defining moments in my career, though, was the day we symbolically locked the front door. At noon on April 2nd, hundreds of team members walked outside to greet the media, locals, and many guests who wanted to say goodbye. They cheered and the tears flowed. Our team spent hours taking photos, recalling stories, and saying goodbye to each other, and an era gone by. It was an emotional moment that I know all our team members still talk about today. After that, we started focusing on asset disposition and the demolition of the property. Asset disposition was done in several ways, including liquidation, values transferred to other properties in other regions, and donations. Several historical artifacts have been given into the UNLV archives, the Mob Museum, and the Neon Museum, to name a few. One exception, though, is the famous glass ceiling at the entrance. That at this point, that has been painstakingly removed and is being stored for future use on the project. Right now, the Tropicana is down to a handful of team members, including myself, mostly HR, finance, and a few facilities. The demolition of the property using licensed contractors and strictly following all the local, county, state, and federal guidelines have made significant progress, as you probably have seen. This includes the remediation process, which was done in conformance with all regulatory requirements. At this time, the podium is about 80% complete and gone, and the 2 towers have been gutted. We are planning an implosion of those towers in early October, and the site is scheduled to be clear in early 2025, months ahead of our April 2025 requirement for the A's. My job in the last few months has changed a bit. I no longer deal with day-to-day operations, but I spend time collaborating with our construction and development team on the demolition of the site. And as Dan pointed out, most recently, I've been using my hospitality background to assist our regional properties in hotel operations, mainly with the Lake Tahoe property at this point. I continue to report to our regional general manager, Amit Patel. I have 4 direct reports, Gavin Miliff, who is our vice president of sales, who is assisting me in those regional efforts, Robin Rivera, our VP of HR, Lenore Devasino, who is our admin and paralegal, and David Covert, who is our director of facilities on site. As far as the redevelopment timeline is concerned, as I mentioned, we have an implosion in October of this year, and we'll have the site cleared by April of 2025 in preparation of the stadium opening in 2028. Unfortunately, we do not have a hard date to break ground on the A's Stadium or a future resort. The construction and development teams are working diligently on the schedule and the master plan. And while I don't have much to share at this time about that, there's a lot of optimism about the location and the site in the future as we continue to develop. Happy to answer any questions for you.
Great. Thank you for that update. Glad to hear all the news and everything's progressing on or ahead of schedule. Wonderful to hear that. As far as your application, you mentioned that you're spending some time up in Tahoe. Do you actually travel up there? Is it mostly telecommuting? How do you handle helping
Most
them
of
out?
it's through Zoom and Teams. We do a lot of work digitally, but I do travel up there, I would say every 45 days, 2 months, which is very welcome in this heat. But yeah, that's the only property I've traveled to this point. I've been there twice.
And what other properties are you also helping out in your current role, new role?
I will be eventually helping out our New Jersey property, Shreveport, Dover, and Biloxi will be coming up next.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Watkins, do you have a question for Mr. Knowles?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. Knowles. Thank you for the update regarding the status of the project and for talking about your duties and responsibilities. You certainly join a great team of individuals at Valleys on the corporate level. And congratulations on all of your success and long history at Tropicana and throughout your career, starting as a front desk clerk and now VP of Hospitality Strategy. What brought you from Oregon to Nevada? Originally, was it just school for the purposes of pursuing your academic career?
I will tell you that my father was a Oregon State police officer, and I wanted to follow in his footsteps. I started to ski, and I decided that running a ski resort sounded more fun than being a police officer. Southern Oregon State College had 3 hospitality classes in total. And one of my fellow students brought in a UNLV course catalog, which was a book full of hospitality courses. And I was done. I was going. So my girlfriend, now wife at the time, traveled with me to Las Vegas, and the rest is history.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that with us. I don't have any further questions. I'm happy to support your application. You've had a long history since '96. Looks like you started as the front desk clerk. So I'm happy to support the application.
Judge Assad.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thank you for being here. Great to see you. The only, no real questions or anything, but you mentioned the 28 years you've been in the industry, and 2008 is when you started at UNLV, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. This way, yeah. Graduated, yes.
Graduated from UNLV 2008. So you already just picked up Member Watkins's vote for sure. So you're 1/3 of the way there. When you mentioned the Tropicana, it was a very emotional time for you guys.
It was.
Yeah, that was my first dealing job there as a 21 dealer. And it allowed me to buy my first house in Vegas back in 1977 and brought back a lot of emotions as we went through this for the last few months. I had a fellow dealer from back in the day call me up, and he wanted to have a drink and go to the Trop before it closed down and have one more nostalgic moment and take some pictures and so forth. I wasn't able to do that, but I can relate to the emotion that a lot of employees had. That place employed a lot of people over the years, and it was sort of an icon, one of the true iconic properties in Las Vegas. So just thought I'd share that with you. Your application is stellar. I have no concerns whatsoever. I'm more than happy to support your application in its entirety.
Thank you.
Mr. Reeser, is there anything you can update us on in a public forum regarding Chairman Kim's company and the Bally's organization?
So I'll cover a few corporate level matters, and that's one of them. On July 31st, the company announced second quarter results, and it had a company-wide revenue that had increased to 2.5% year over year. Casino and resorts revenue was up 3% year over year. UK online revenue was 9%, and while overall international revenue had declined 7.4%. North America Interactive had strong performance, up to $49.2 million, a 94.7% year over year increase. Also, July was a very busy month. Also in July, the company announced that it reached a $2.07 billion in aggregate transaction with GLPI, including $940 million of construction funding for the Chicago project. They also unveiled a new site plan for the permanent project in Chicago with a single phase 500 room hotel tower, which had been one of the issues for downtown Chicago. And site prep on that 30-acre site is now underway. And finally, the company did enter, as you noted, into a definitive merger agreement with the Queen Casino and Entertainment, Inc., an affiliate of Standard General LP, unrelated to Bally's, where Bally's shareholders will receive $18.25 per share in cash, or they can elect to retain their shares. The company will continue to be a public company. As the board and the commission may recall, at the time Bally's entered the market in Nevada in 2021, Mr. Kim, Standard General, its sub owns the shares. Standard Re were all applicants. Mr. Kim was found suitable under the Reg 15C process as the beneficial owner of those shares and a controlling beneficial owner. That shareholding has varied during the time period since then from I'd say about 23% to 26%, each with some change, but not a stranger to the license. They are have been through the process. Standard General LP will be the largest common shareholder. There is an agreement that the shareholders will be able to, as I said, retain their shares or trade them in. The share price that is being offered is 71% over the price on the market on the day of the offer. And the financing for that is on its way to be in place. That will also include the addition of 4 new properties from the Queen portfolio. The DraftKings Casino in East St. Louis, the Queen Marquette in Marquette, Iowa, and the Queen Baton Rouge and the Belle of Baton Rouge, both in Baton Rouge. Sinclair Broadcasting and Mr. Hayden have both agreed to support the merger. Those are the 2 other biggest shareholders. And as I indicated, the financing has been obtained by Standard General to complete the transaction. We don't expect that transaction to close until the first half of 2025. As you might appreciate, there are over a dozen gaming jurisdictions to go through that process, including Nevada. We anticipate applications for Nevada will be in place in the next month or so, as we're gathering all of the information and documentation that you require for those applications. And frankly, I'm still analyzing all of the applications that might be necessary. So that's a snapshot of those items. The only other 2 items that I thought might be of interest to the board and commission for the record are that Mr. Hayden's application has been filed. It's been activated. The fees are paid. The document production is underway. And we are in the process of scheduling his opening interviews for October with your agents. And then the final item is the quarterly special report that you require under our compliance plan, Chair. Was most recently updated on July 23rd, made available to your staff, and shows that while confidential under 5045, shows that pursuant to the previously reported initiatives, they either have been completed or are on schedule to be completed as previously reported. So that's a kind of a snapshot of what's going on, what I can talk about in the public realm.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Reeser. Great update, and glad to hear all the positive news. I didn't have any other questions. And about your particular application, Mr. Knowles, as the judge and Dr. Watkins stated, your background, experience, time in Nevada's industry makes me very comfortable in supporting your application today.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Great. Mr. Reeser, anything else you need to add?
Only that we submit that under NRS 463-170 that the applicant has met his burden for finding of suitability and the licensing, and we'd ask for your affirmative recommendation.
I would agree. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad,
Aye.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8, the application of Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc., doing business as Avi Resort and Casino for an amendment to order. It is also the applications of Eric Jackson and Richard Cook for licensure as a director or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Ms. Benu.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you guys this morning. For the record, I'm Kelsey Benu with McDonald Carano. I'm here on behalf of Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc., DBA Avi Resort and Casino. With me in person to my right is applicant Richard Brian Cook, General Manager of the Avi. Also sitting in the audience today is Trella Lillard, Chairperson of the Avi's Board of Directors. And joining us via Zoom is applicant Eric Jackson, member of the Avi's Board of Directors. Thank you again for allowing Mr. Jackson to appear via Zoom. So today, as read in the record by Madam Secretary, there are a few applications before you. First is Mr. Cook's application for licensure as General Manager of the Avi. Second is Mr. Jackson's application for licensure as a director. And third is an application for amendment to the Avi's second order of licensure. With your permission, I'd like to first turn the floor over to Mr. Cook to my right to briefly introduce himself, and then have Mr. Jackson introduce himself and open the floor to any questions you may have, and then we can discuss the amendment to the order.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Cook.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me here today. It's great. And secondly, thank you to Agent Bridges, very professional for the last couple of years working with her. So I really appreciate that. So last time I was here, it's a whole new a group here. So I'd just like to tell you a little bit about me, who I am. I was born in Needles, California, which is about 10 miles just south of the Avi Resort and Casino in Laughlin. So lived there my whole life. Went to high school. A little story. When I was in high school, I was in Bullhead. I was a freshman when they put the first stoplight in there. So it's grown a lot now. So and that helped when the casinos in the 80s, we had the boom there that really grew that area. So after that, I went to NAU, Northern Arizona University, studied hotel restaurant management. I have a identical twin brother. He went to NAU. He's also in the gaming industry, except for he spent 10 years at MGM property. I think he was in New York, but now he's works for the Seminoles back in Fort Lauderdale. So I am married, been married for 30 years. Well, it'll be 30 years in October. So happy about that. My wife, she's a nurse. She oversees 8 home health agencies throughout the state of Arizona, a couple in Phoenix, couple in Tucson, Flagstaff, Cottonwood, Lake Havasu City, and Bullhead City. So she's very busy as well. I've got 2 daughters. One of them's 27 and one of them's 23. They also attended Northern Arizona University. So, and my oldest daughter, she went to school. She's a nurse now too, ICU nurse in Phoenix. And my youngest daughter, she was going to NAU as well. And then COVID hit, and she was 3 years in and decided her passion was not going to school anymore. So now she's a hairstylist. So, but you know, she loves it. She's doing what she likes, which is important. So just to let everybody know, you know, I appreciate your statement where you said education and stay out of drugs. I have 3 little rules that I kind of have lived by ever since I was younger. I went to a high school graduation and I heard this guy was giving a speech, and he says 3 rules and you'll conquer 95% of everything in life. I'm like, Okay. So wake up, dress up, show up. Those are the three. So I kind of live by that. And I notice, and I kind of preach that and tell my employees that and tell my management that. And then you add education and dedication to that. And I think you get the 100%. So, so I really appreciated when you said that. So it was like, yeah, that's nice. Would you mind if I give you a quick update of the property before we move to Eric?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay, good. So, well, actually, let me give you a little history of me. So I've been in the either hospitality or gaming for 30 years. Started my first property was at the Flamingo Reno on Virginia Street. Anybody remembers that? It's no longer there. I think it's apartments or something at this time, but I did there. I worked there for a short time, then moved over to the Reno Hilton. And then from the Reno Hilton, I transferred to how I got back to Laughlin because that's where my family was and my mom and dad lived there. The Flamingo Laughlin was there. I moved there, transferred there. So I was there total with that company. That hotel was bought and sold a few different times, as you're probably aware. But so I was there with that company for 20 years. And then in 2014, I started with the AV. And I've been with them about 10 and a half years now. So really, I mean, I've had a lot of jobs. I've worked every position you can think of, but it's been with two companies, a lot of different names, but two companies. So I'm not really a job hopper. I like it. When I find somewhere I like, I stay. The working for the AV Resort and Casino, it's owned by the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe. Very special place. And it's hard to explain, but the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe, it's a family. So, and they don't treat just because you don't have to be a tribal member to be a family, they treat all of their employees like family. So just a couple little things with them. We, when COVID hit, the ACE Board of Directors, which Eric, he's on there, and EJ Lillard, she's our chairperson, they made the decision that we weren't going to lay anybody off. No matter what, we were going to keep people on. We were going to pay their salaries. Didn't know how long we were going to be closed. Didn't know what was going to go on, but the decision was made. They keep their health care. They keep their pay. And then those that we had to, there's, obviously there's some essential people that we had to keep, security and things, just surveillance, just to keep the property secure and safe. But every one of those people that worked, they got day for day vacation when they open back up. So really cool. You don't hear that from too many people. And so I get kind of a little choked up about it because it is like special. So, so going on with the property now, property's going to be 30 years old in February. We've put a lot of money into the place, keeping it cleaned up. Just in the last few years, we've renovated all 452 of our guest rooms. We've been able to increase our ADR on the rooms from almost midweek, we're getting $100 a night, where before we were probably getting $29, $30, and then up to 300 plus on the weekends. So, because we are a true resort, we got a golf course across the street, we've got a KOA, we've got 700 slot machines, restaurants. So the place is, I feel, like I said, I've been there since 2014. It's well managed at this point. We've got 80% of our database that come there that play are locals. So we don't see big swings in our business volumes. We're kind of steady. We kind of can tell us each month what kind of profit we're going to make. So the property itself is doing really well. It looks nice, but we've just painted the building, putting all new lights in there, repaved the parking lots, repaved all the roads at our KOA, and just so a lot of capital. We spend about $1 million a year on new slot product. For Laughlin, that's a lot. So we tend to give back to that just to keep everything up and fresh. So just one more little quick thing, what the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe and the ACE Board of Directors have done for all the employees. We in Laughlin, we have a hard time with doctors trying to find medical health. And so the ACE Board and the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe, we decided that we're spending over $1 million a year more just so that our employees can have better healthcare each year. And we haven't changed the amount that we charge our employees since 2014. So some of our employees are getting healthcare for like $25 a month. So that's all I have.
That's great. Thank you for the presentation and the update, and for telling us about yourself and obviously the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe and the ACE board and the family communal atmosphere. That's wonderful to hear. Appreciate that. I was going to ask you about what you've been doing in the last 10 years, and I think you've nailed it pretty well. I was going to ask you about the property and how it's been updated and commitment to reinvesting in the community, and you've answered all of that as well. So I appreciate it. The only other question I had for you is the Laughlin market in general. How's it changed in the last few years post-COVID?
So the one thing that has really changed in the Laughlin market is people's eating habits. They still come and game. Most of the buffets went away, but it's really difficult to get people into the restaurants. They just want to come in, have a good time with their families. They'll still drink their cocktails and they'll do all of that. But we've really seen a change in that habits. Right after COVID, we did see our gaming revenues spike pretty good. You know, there seemed to be a lot of, maybe it was the government money that was out there and available, but the last couple of years, it's kind of leveled off, but it's still really good. I just think that we've, from a management standpoint, we've done a good job of marketing to certain people that we get that return, and it really helps us having 80% of our market being a local market. So
great. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Cook?
I don't have questions. Good afternoon, good morning still. Mr. Cook, just comments in that looks like you've been in the gaming industry for 25 years and been in various management level positions. You've been with the company for since 2014 and were even rehired after your management agreement expired. So given that history, I do not have questions or concerns with regard to your application, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions per se. Mr. Cook, thanks for being here in person. Appreciate that. And appreciate your history and details that you've shared with us. The 30 years of experience, phenomenal. I love your property. I've been there. We used to go to that Laughlin River Run with the Harley guys and a couple of police officer friends of mine and a DA friend of mine. We used to go down there. And unfortunately, one year, that was when they had that big melee with the Hells Angels and the Mongols. So we were lucky to get out with our lives.
Yeah, I was there that night.
Yeah, that was not good. But I've been to the property. It's really great facility, and I'm glad to see it's doing so well. Wouldn't mind seeing the buffet back. That was something we enjoyed back in the day.
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. You know, I think the Rio probably wish they had their buffet back as well. They went to a whole different concept, and I think the buffet was bringing in a lot of traffic, a lot of foot traffic. So, but I'm happy to support your application. You're more than eminently qualified, and wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you.
Anything else regarding Mr. Cook that we need to know about Ms. Manu, or should we talk to Mr. Jackson?
I think we're good. If it's acceptable, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick and members of the board. My name is Eric Jackson, and I just want to thank you to have me appear in video. Well, just a story just to bio myself. I grew up in the Mojave Desert as well. I say the tri-state, Nevada, California, and Arizona. Primary Mojave Valley and Needles, California. Sports background, you know, K through 12, avid athlete. From there, college studies, went to San Diego Mesa for 2 years, and then transitioned into the Army, into the United States Army in 1993, January of that year. I served and retired as a Master Sergeant, 27 years in the Army. My primary, I guess, duties were logistics, transportation, air, rail, commercial, and sea, to include ordnance maintenance, all ground equipment. I've served in backgrounds of Special Operations Command, aviation, medical, to include others, recruiting. For me, how I got into gaming, I'll tell you a story. It goes back to 1984. I was 12 years old. At the time, the elder, Llewellyn Berrickman, he was a chairperson at that time, would take the youth around and drive around the community. I drive around the Mojave Desert and tell us a story, the history of the land. And at the end of it, there was this one particular afternoon, he sat us down and we saw the blueprints at that time of the V. And he showed us, you know, one day it's going to happen. And that stuck in my mind. That planted the seed for me that one day, whenever that time came about for me to come back and give back to my community, I would do that. So after retirement, that's the first thing I looked into, was bringing all my military leadership and leadership as a whole to the organization for the EV. And that's kind of my story, my short bio. And
thank you, Mr. Jackson. Pleasure to have you with us here today via Zoom. And congratulations on 27 years in the Army. That's quite an honor. And thank you for your service. That's something to do that on behalf of our country for 27 years. It's absolutely commendable. So I thank you for that. Can you tell us a little bit about what your roles and duties are as a director?
Yeah, my roles and duties, we meet once a month, each last Friday of the month, as far as provide leadership, set standards, values, advise our executive staff, make command decisions, collaborate on various matters, which include financial planning, strategic planning, property projects. And that's, as far as most of what we do. Meet twice a year with our tribal council, and annually we meet with the community and share current events to include future development.
Great, thank you very much. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Jackson?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Jackson. First and foremost, thank you for your service in the United States Army and retirement as Master Sergeant. That's truly commendable, as the chair mentioned. You mentioned that there were lessons that you took from your time in the U.S. Army that may be applied to your role as a director forthcoming. Can you tell me what those lessons are?
Yeah, a lot of those lessons were, I'll give you an example. When I was in the recruiting command, I was in the Bay Area, and right after the Iraq War in 2003, I came back. I got medically injured there during that time. So after healing up, it's always about career progression in the military, and it's very competitive. And to, wiggle your way from the pyramid, from the bottom to the top, it's very difficult. So to me, I had a lot of great leadership, command sergeant majors and colonels that advised me to go into the recruiting command. So my question was why? And he was like, because that's the hardest job right now in the United States, because we need people going to Afghanistan and Iraq. And right now, no one wants to join. So he said, choose the hardest market, which right now is the San Francisco area. And if you can succeed there, you're going to help the Army to include the community going forward. And so I chose that market. And I was very successful. Within 2 years, I achieved the Glenn E. Morrell Award, which is the highest recruiting award in the United States Army. So to me, with that achievement, I met a lot of people, broad spectrum of people. And to me, with all that particular knowledge I received during those 4 years, actually it was supposed to be for 3 years. They involuntarily extended me because I did so well for an additional year. So I ended up being there 4 years. My wife and my family didn't agree with that, but it worked out for all of us. So to me, that leadership includes many deployments and working with people. My time in Germany, I lived there for 5 years, to include being in Bosnia twice, being in Hungary during those times, in a lot of those countries, I've learned to adapt. And to me, I think what I bring to the team and bring to the gaming world is communication, along with all that leadership. And it really smoothly transitions into casino gaming. A lot of the avenues of the hotel business to include just the transactions and just meeting and greeting people as a whole. So that kind of, I don't know if that answered your question, Dr. Watkins, but.
Yeah, it does. And what I took from what you were saying is that one of the, at least two of the important lessons were related to communications and taking on the tasks that appear to be the hardest. So thank you. I appreciate that. And it's great to see, and thank you for sharing with us how your role has come full circle from reviewing the blueprints to now being a director. That's very interesting. So thank you for sharing that with us. I have no problem supporting your application, and I don't have any further questions or concerns.
Thank you. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions, just maybe a couple observations. Thank you for being here, Mr. Jackson, and echo my colleagues' comments. We thank you for your service to the military. It's really commendable. My whole family, quite a few of them served in the military as well. So I really appreciate your service in that regard. As far as any plans to look into Las Vegas properties?
Not at this time. I enjoy where I currently reside in San Diego. So no plans. So.
All right. Well, we already have 3 Native American tribes operating here, so we can always use 1 or 2 more.
Thank you, Judge.
My pleasure. My pleasure. We owe you and all the Native American tribes a great debt of gratitude. We owe you a lot more than the tribal lands that we've cut out for you. I particularly enjoyed the Smithsonian Institute's museum in Washington, D.C. on Native American tribes. And of particular note I was amazed at the number of treaties and agreements that our government has broken with Native American tribes. So we thank you so much for that.
Ms. Banu, anything else we need to know about Mr. Jackson or Mr. Cook?
I don't believe so.
All right.
Thank
Chairperson Lillard, pleasure to have you here with us. I know you've been licensed many years with the Nevada Gaming Commission, and just if you'd like to add anything for the record, be happy to have you do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hendricks, Board Member Assad, and Board Member Watkins. Thank you. We're just here on behalf of the AV Resort and Casino. It's great to be here. I've been in this capacity since October of 2014. It is a wonderful property. Obviously, I am a member of the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe. I have lived in the area since I was 5 years old. Everything that we've been able to accomplish over the last probably 10 years, I would say, is phenomenal. We've been able to downstream revenue so that our tribe is able to broaden education, health, social services, everything that the AV, I believe, was built to do. So
that's wonderful. Glad to hear that. Thank you. And Ms. Banu, you said that you've reviewed the order. Is that correct? The 3rd revised order?
Yes, we worked with Deputy Chief Russell Teggio on the amendment.
Any questions or other comments you have?
I don't believe so. And we only have one draft dated June 24th of this year.
Correct. That's what I have as well.
Perfect.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
I think that's it. Like Brian Cook said, we'd like to thank Agent Raquel Bridges, who kind of stepped in mid-investigation and took over the licensure application. She did a wonderful job. And then again, Deputy Chief Teggio for his work with the order.
Great. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 8.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 3rd revised order draft number 1 dated June 24th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
And
all.
congratulations again, Member Watkins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 9.
Unrestricted number 9 is the application of Timothy Williams for licensure as a key executive at Bowtie Hospitality LV LLC. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Timothy Williams for finding of suitability as a key employee at Affinity Interactive.
Good morning, Ms. Vermees.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins. Congratulations, Dr. Watkins.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees with the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. With the applicant to my right, Timothy Williams. He's Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer for Fontainebleau, Las Vegas. Also here this morning is Melissa Schuba. She is the Director, Regulatory Compliance, and does a lot of work with all of the Fontainebleau applicants to get them ready for these appearances. We don't have an affirmative presentation this morning. Mr. Williams is a seasoned veteran. He has been in the industry 30 plus years. He has been licensed and he has appeared before. So with that, we would just open it up and ask that if you have questions, he's happy to answer them.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Anything you want to tell us before we start firing questions at you?
Ready for any
Ready to go.
questions?
All right, great. As Ms. Vermees said, you've been before us. I'm not sure the number of times. How many times you've been before the commission, the board?
I've been before the commission
One
the
time.
board one time, and
Okay.
this will be my 3rd license if approved.
Okay, good. In this role you currently have, what's your day-to-day responsibilities?
Sure. I'm the Chief Information Officer, so it's essentially complete responsibility for the IT department. That includes things like networking, servers, storage, cloud environments, project management, cybersecurity, and basically anything that plugs into the wall or is technical in any way.
About Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.260, which is our cybersecurity regulation. Would that be your responsibility for being sure there's a plan in place and being sure that if there is any incident that is reported to the board, is that under your purview?
Yes, sir, it is. That and all IT related compliance.
And who do you directly report to?
The Chief Financial Officer, John.
So you oversee IT and you oversee cybersecurity. There's a difference of opinion of whether the CISO fits into that framework. What's your personal view on that?
It's something we've discussed, and it's something that could potentially change at Fontainebleau. Right now, it does roll up under information technology, but there is a potential down the line that it could change. There's pros and cons to both arrangements.
Do you see a conflict in the way it's currently structured? If you have a IT person fighting hard for a new program and a CISO and the cybersecurity side saying, yeah, but we can't move that fast because it's all got to be checked out from a cybersecurity standpoint. Not saying you have a conflict, but right. Could you see a conflict?
There's a potential for it, certainly. And I think it involves working very closely and collaboratively between the more true IT folks as well as the cybersecurity folks. The person who's in that role at Fontainebleau has worked for me before. He's somebody I know and trust quite well. And he's got a great reputation in the company and in the industry.
Great. Pleasure. And I'm glad that you're thinking about those questions.
Every day.
Good. Good. Dr. Watkins, questions for Mr. Williams?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Thank you for addressing your duties and responsibilities. And I guess just a follow up to the conversation that you and the chair were just having, you talked about the drawbacks to having the CISO under you. What, or potentially having it separate? I think you were mentioning drawbacks. What are the benefits?
The benefits to me, especially right now still in a startup organization, is the alignment. I think right now we've got a very close alignment in terms of those priorities, and we have a very good synergy and a working relationship.
Okay, anything specific you can speak to?
Compliance in particular, I think there's elements of compliance in our IT security that fall underneath the CISO. Or the VP of IT security that we call it. The compliance elements, as well as just process around how we implement the security tools and how the team members are trained and
acclimated to the organization is very important to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Given your lengthy history in the industry and licensing events in the past, I don't have any further questions or concerns. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Thanks for being here in person. Appreciate it. You're stellar on terms of your background, your resume, 30 years experience. You've been have a prior license. Cybersecurity is right in your wheelhouse. Can you talk a little bit about in light and view of all the cyber security hacking that's been going on and all around the place, but a few here in Las Vegas in particular? Are you formulating any kind of a plan to try to get ahead of the curve and prevent some attacks by using either some outside company or minimal internal control standards? Or what are you doing to basically comply with 5.260 ahead of the curve?
It's a mixture of internal resources, outside companies, constant review, testing. It's something I don't wish on anyone, my peers at Jim and Caesars. That's not, no one wants to be in that situation. Unfortunately, it seems like everybody's time comes at some point. We have to be right all the time. Bad guys just have to be right that one time to get in the door. It's constant diligence is really the only way to achieve that. We recently, I'd say in the last 2 or 3 months, enacted a training role within our IT security team, who's not just focused internally on IT, but throughout the organization. So it's becoming more of a culture of security and understanding.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. It seems like the common thread with these hackers is to infiltrate through employee weakness and security the downfalls. So employee training is critical. They get in through an employee who's not too sophisticated, ask for a new password, or they profess some type of problem with their ID to get in, and then the employee is able to accommodate the hacker, and boom, now they're in your system. So I appreciate that. Employee training, I think, is as critical as any structural or computer software packages that you may be trying to implement ahead of the curve. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Vermees, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing to add other than we will thank Agent Carlos Lopez for his work on the application. We appreciate it. He did a good job, and we understand that there were no areas of interest or concern with this application. So we request your support.
And that's my understanding as well. And Mr. Williams, I'm happy to support your application based on all of your education, experience, and background in the industry, and feel very comfortable with you continuing in this role. Madam Secretary, we had an application for withdrawal. I believe that may have been handled administratively. Am I correct? Okay, so we don't need to take any action on that motion. All right, then. We only have the one application then for licensure as a key executive. Dr. Watkins, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, Chairman, I would. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 10.
Unrestricted number 10 are the applications of Terrence O'Donnell Jr. for licensure as a key executive and key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning still, Mr. Giordano. We're still made it.
Chairman Hendrick, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Crono, Las Vegas, appearing on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Terrence O'Donnell is with me at the podium here, Junior, I should say, Terrence O'Donnell Jr. He is, as Madam Secretary, in record, he's applying for licensure as a key executive and key employee of Caesar's Palace and Cromwell.
Chairman.
Sorry.
Please.
I apologize for interrupting you. I have a disclosure to make on this item.
Okay, please go ahead.
My partner is employed as an accountant at Caesars Entertainment. However, I have no pecuniary interest in this matter, and I did not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by this relationship. I therefore intend to fully participate in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Giordano.
I was just going to ask, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if you'd like to have Mr. O'Donnell give a brief summary of his background and education, job duties.
Yes, we'd enjoy that. Mr. O'Donnell, good morning.
Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watkins, thank you for having me. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Mark Robertson for his assistance in getting me through the process and the application process. He was a great help. I grew up in Syracuse, New York, moved to a town called Keene, New Hampshire when I was in junior high, went to Keene State College, where I got my associate's degree in business administration. I graduated there in 1997. After that, I moved on to New England Culinary Institute, their Bachelor of Restaurant Management program, Hospitality Management program, which I departed in 2001. All through my high school and college years, I had worked in food and beverage. And when I was in New England Culinary Institute, I made some friends that ended up coming to Las Vegas and working at the Las Vegas Hilton. And so when I completed my time there, I moved out to Las Vegas to start work at the Las Vegas Hilton. I was there from June 2002 to February 2004, when the company that owned Las Vegas Hilton sold that off, and I transferred to remain with a larger company, moving over to Paris, Las Vegas in 2004. I worked at Paris, Las Vegas, Bally's Las Vegas, and through the acquisition of Planet Hollywood, worked in food and beverage in a number of different roles, leaving that organization in 2015 as the director of food and beverage. Went on to work in some consulting roles for the next year and a half, and returned to the company Caesars Entertainment in January of 2017, working at Caesars Palace as a director of food and beverage, and then in 2018 as vice president of food and beverage. In 2020, during the reopening after COVID, moved on to a role as vice president of hospitality, which included oversight of food and beverage, hotel administration, and marketing for the city of Las Vegas for Caesars. Held that role until May of 2001, when I moved into a role of assistant general manager for Caesars Palace and the Cromwell, which consisted of those previous responsibilities, and moving into some gaming roles, initially slots and then table games. Was promoted into the general manager role last September, and leading me up to today.
Appreciate that very extensive background. Thank you for putting that on the record for us today. How much time do you spend at each of the properties now?
Well, I spend on my 5 to 6 day work week, I would say 80% of that is at Caesars Palace and another 20% at Cromwell.
And how's the Cromwell doing right now?
The Cromwell is doing well. When you compare the business volumes that the Cromwell has to our pre-COVID, 2019 and before, we were doing exceptionally well. We did see a boom in business coming out of COVID that has since leveled off, but we're still happy with the performance of the property.
Great. And you've been in the industry, as you said, for quite some time, and this is your first time being licensed, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. And how did you find the process?
I found the process to be thorough. But again, through the support of Agent Robertson, really, I felt supported, and he and I had good communication throughout. I think I was able to answer all of his questions that he had as he went through the process. So not too invasive, but definitely thorough.
Yeah, thorough is a word we hear a lot when I ask that question. It would seem to me, I've never been through the process myself, but it would seem to me if you're working in the Nevada gaming industry, to be licensed by the commission would be a badge of honor, right?
That's right. It's a privilege just to be here thinking about it.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Dr. Watkins, you have questions for Mr. O'Donnell?
Yes, good morning, Mr. O'Donnell. What originally sparked your interest in food and beverage?
Well, as I said, all through my high school years and into college, I was working in food and beverage. Not honestly at the time, not really a thought that would be my career, but when it got time, when I was ending my time at Keene State College with my associates of business degree and starting to think about what field I would go into, I reflected a lot on how much I enjoyed working in food and beverage through those years. There's a number of things I enjoy about it. it's a fast-paced environment. There's a lot of camaraderie. There's a lot of on your feet problem solving that happens whether you're working in the kitchen or the dining room. And when you're able to work in the dining room, which I was after I worked my way through the kitchen, you really see the impact that all of that hard work makes on your customers, their families when they come in to dine with you. And it was something I thought I could spend the rest of my life doing.
Mm-hmm. And what got you into it in high school?
Probably opportunity more than anything. I had some friends that were already doing that, and they were able to recruit me into their restaurant.
Understood. How is this shift into this position from your previous position? How has that been?
It has been it's been extremely rewarding. I believe that the hospitality business it provides a lot of opportunity for, as I mentioned, problem solving, leadership, organization that I've found to be transferable into other areas of the operation. It's been exciting to learn about coming out of food and beverage, to learn about the hotel business and the facilities management side of the business, and then moving on to gaming, seeing how all those parts of the puzzle fit together to provide the best service we can for our customers that come out to Las Vegas to visit us.
Yeah, I assume you're learning a lot in a small period of time. What do you think, what are the most important things you learned about the hotel and gaming side?
Well, I've learned how important a culture of compliance is, first of all. My office is next to our senior vice president of finance and down the hall from our regional president. And the three of us work together to make sure we have a safe and compliant environment for our customers and coworkers. Again, seeing how all parts of the business fit together and being able to influence that has been exciting for me. And I think we've done a lot of work around both hotels that our guests have told us that they much appreciate. We've got a long history. Caesar's Palace opened in 1966. We've got customers that have been coming here for decades. And, I meet with them when they arrive when I can, and almost exclusively those interactions are positive, and they comment about how much work we've done to improve the property, improve the guest rooms, improve the public spaces, improve the restaurants. And I know that work, draws them into Las Vegas, and we have a lot of work to do to keep the property, both properties moving forward. But I think it's been well received by all of our customers.
Who do you go to when you have questions about the gaming side of things?
Well, we have a vice president of slot operations. We have a vice president of table games. We have corporate resources. And then, as I mentioned, my office is around the corner from our senior vice president of finance, who held an AGM role at the property years earlier. So he's been an incredible resource as well.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. O'Donnell, thanks for being here. Very impressive resume. You have a lot of experience in the gaming industry. It's going to serve you very well. Good educational background. I don't have any concerns. I'm happy to support your application. Just was wondering, in this new position away from food and beverage, as a key executive, will you be on the compliance committees of Caesars?
I'll be on the property compliance committee. That's right, sir.
What about the AML BSA compliance committees?
We have not talked about my involvement in that committee at this point.
Okay, I got it. So you're not probably prepared to speak to any of that, right?
That's right. I've been sitting in meetings, but that's been the extent.
Got it. Okay, very good. Well, I'm more than happy to support your application. I wish you all the luck.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
And I as well am happy to support your application. Mr. Giordano, anything else you'd like to add?
No, not really, Mr. Chairman. Just again, want to express our thanks to Senior Agent Mark Robertson for his work on the application, and appreciate his assistance and professionalism.
Great. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 10.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 11.
Number 11 are the applications of Krir Spik, finding of suitability as a manager and key executive as noted on the agenda, licensure as a manager as noted on the agenda.
Mr. Giordano.
Mr. Chairman Hendricks, again, for the record, Greg Giordano, appearing on behalf of McDonald Corano. Good morning again, Member Dr. Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. With me at the podium is Krir Spik, the applicant. Order first is Madam Secretary, record finding of suitability as a manager and key executive with Betfred USA Sports LLC and Betfred USA Sports 2 LLC. And then as for licensure as a manager of Betfred Sports Nevada LLC. With your permission, Chairman, it looks like that's Mr. Spik to provide a brief summary of his background and experience, and we can have you take questions after that.
Please. Good afternoon. Do me a favor and tell me how to pronounce your last name so I do it appropriately.
I wanted to say that. So my first name is Krešimir. So you would read it as S-C-H, Krešimir. And my last name is Spik with Y-I-C-H. So
Spik.
Spik, yeah.
Very good. Pleasure to have you here.
I'm going to find out a bit about my background. So you get to say first, good afternoon. I'm going to say the second, good afternoon. Thank you for finding time to include me in today's agenda. As this is my first time appearing here and the first time hearing in Nevada, it's also a pleasure to meet Chair Hendricks, Dr. Assad in person, and Dr. Watkins digitally as well. I would like to start talking a bit about me personally and who I am. After 9 months of investigation, you have a pretty good understanding of factual backgrounds and everything about me. I've been born in Croatia. I lived in Croatia majority of my life until 10 years ago when I moved to the United States. Besides, I had a couple of short times where I lived outside of Croatia during my studies. I moved here 10 years ago to work. Croatia was, if you remember, part of former Yugoslavia, which in 1991 became an independent country. When it comes to my personal status, I'm married for 30 years. I'm a proud father of 2 girls, which are 10 and 12 today. What I like to say about myself and think about myself personally is that I'm a self-made man through hard work, determination, and positive attitude. I enjoy learning and advancing professionally and personally. Important to me are family, work, and community engagement. And some of the values that I try to live by, it's not always easy, but I do my best, is honesty, determination, loyalty, and respect. So this is just me about generally, and I would also like to tell you a bit about me professionally, not only about my career, but how my career developed and everything. So I have had a luck and opportunity to work in both internal and external roles, developing and managing businesses of various sizes, various different countries. I feel and I think of myself as transformational executive and entrepreneur, which became an entrepreneur, working basically for large organization and growing and developing businesses within this type of organization. I consider also myself a pioneer, strategist, energetic doer. And I'm keen on being an inclusive and empathic leader that also put a lot of focus on all the stakeholders in the industry, both internal and external. When it comes to the industry that I had experience with, I started my professional experience as being a professional athlete. Spent a couple of times there, moved to education. I was an associate professor at the university. I also had a short stint in advertising, but majority of my career I spent in gaming. I'm now, since 2006, gaming, mostly digital gaming. And I feel kind of that my career is very young in comparison with some of these people, which said that they're here 30, 40 years. So although by the seniority in digital industry, I'm actually a dinosaur there. When it comes to gaming itself, it seems to me that my career has been pretty short. When it comes to gaming industry, I feel that I have a quite comprehensive knowledge of all the gaming verticals, all the gaming channels and business functions. I had this luck of actually working as a digital transformation lead of large entertainment and casino organizations with introduction of the digital gaming into the US. When it comes to my education, my all education, including my college degree, has happened in Croatia. My college degree, first college degree is University of Kinesiology of University of Sports with a focus on sports management and marketing. I also finished international master in law and management and humanities, focus on sport. I studied in 3 different countries in 3 different universities. And I have a couple of unsuccessful trials. I never finished my PhD. At some point of time, I thought that I'm going to pursue my academic career and decided to replace my academic career with my business career. And I also had to drop out from my executive MBA due to family illness, and I haven't been able to pursue this. When it comes to my professional career, as I said, I started as a professional soccer player, played 2 years on a top level competition, figure out very quickly that I will never be international star and that I will never make much money out of this if you are not international star. So I was good at school and I decided to pursue at school, and I basically started as associate professor there. From there and being kind of lecturer and associate professor in 2006, I moved to gaming. I started working for a company which was back then Bet and Win, which is now part of the Entain group. After working several years in Europe, 2013 happened in the US, and New Jersey decided to regulate online casino. I was asked by the Boyd Gaming Group, which at that time owned Borgata together with BetMGM, to help them out as a consultant to kind of build the online gaming capacities and launch the online casino in New Jersey. We were successful in this. Borgata was the first brick and mortar casino company which was awarded a gambling permit in the New Jersey. We were also the first to launch, and we were quite successful, gaining 45% market share in a very, very quick amount of time. Unfortunately, after this, nothing happened for quite a bit of time in terms of the digital gaming expansion. I moved for a short period of time to Rush Street Interactive, where I helped them to enter the market. And then from there, I moved to Hard Rock International and Seminole Gaming, where I stayed for 5 years plus. And I was in charge of sports betting and online gaming to establish the division within the organization, closely working, chair and the CEO, and all other facets of organization. It was a great experience working for Native American tribe, working for a very successful international company as the Hard Rock. After 5 years, it was time for a new challenge and to move on. I had a short stint in Canada, where I work as a president of Great Canadian Entertainment now, together with Tony Rodio, who is a successful CEO here in the US. That was one of the appeals. Tony is a great guy. It was a pleasure working together with him. And I also was advising Apollo Global Management, which is a private equity company that invests heavily in the gaming industry. And it was eye-opening because I get to participate in multi-billion dollars deals, including some things happening here in Nevada. I'm now in the capacity of the CEO of the Betfred in United States. My duties and responsibilities consist of overall strategic direction, management, oversight, and administration of the company in accordance with goals, objectives, and standards outlined by the board of directors of the company. I'm primarily based in Miami, Florida, in the suburbs of Miami, Florida, and I commute to Vegas quite often, most often on bi-weekly basis.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. I think you answered all of my questions. And the last one was one of them I had is how often do you get to Nevada? And you said almost every couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, I'm here almost every couple of weeks. I don't think that my wife's kids are too happy about this, but I honestly, I started to appreciate this place. I've been coming here for a long time, but usually I would come here for conferences or business, right? And I would stick mostly to the Strip. Now I sometimes stay for 2-3 weeks in a row, and I started discovering the nature of and the surrounding of Vegas, including a Red Rock Resort, including Mount Charleston, Lots of beautiful places here. You don't have to focus only on Strip if you live here.
Absolutely. And how often do you travel to the other locations, either in the US or internationally?
So as you know, our group is located in Manchester, United Kingdom. I travel quite a bit there. I would say every couple of months I'm there. And when it comes to other locations, currently in 10 states still, I'm traveling as it's needed. Mostly travel is by operational teams which run the retail businesses and things like this. And focus is mostly on a corporate office in the UK and here in Nevada.
Great. Well, very happy reading through your background. Happy to hear you tell us your story in person. Based on your experience and your education, I feel comfortable supporting your application, and pleasure to have you here today. Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Spik. You have a very impressive background, both educationally and experience-wise. So with regard to your Global Executive Master of Business Administration, is that the program you said you were unable to complete due to family illness?
Correct.
How much of that program did you complete?
I finished only, so it's an executive program which has kind of 5 steps, right? You do kind of 2 weeks, then you have a learning module, then 2 weeks. I finished 2, and then I wasn't able to continue anymore.
Oh, okay. And I was just going to ask you in relationship to that. I mean, but I guess the question still applies. You've had a lot of formal and informal experience or training internationally, including the program where you studied in the UK, Italy, and Switzerland. So how does that international training, both formal and informal, inform the work you do today, the digital work you do today? I'm sure it has a insightful impact.
Yeah, look, it's a great question. I think that degree that I finished, that master degree, International Master Law in Humanities, definitely changed my life, right? Until that time, I was mostly focusing Croatia and that region, and I haven't had much of international experience. But studied there, it was actually 25 people from 25 countries, from 5 continents that lived together for a year. Definitely changed my life. I learned about other cultures. I learned about other perspectives. I learned about other understandings. First few months, it was a chaos, right? It was like a Babylon, right? Nobody understood anybody. But after you go to that drill for 12 months, right, you now become a global citizen. And I think that this very often is seen also in the management style and the way how I deal with the people and everybody else, because US is exactly this melting pot of many nations, many ethnicities and everything. And everybody, and we are all proud, including me, to be a dual citizen of Croatia and United States, and happy to be here. And it's a great place to do business as well and to live. But also there is lots of people that are coming in, and many of these people are new, first or second generation, and kind of combining and understanding all the cultures and backgrounds definitely help you as a leader, as an executive in the industry or any other industry as well.
Yeah, and I took note that you mentioned earlier that about, your style of leadership and approach to inclusivity. So I'm sure that's helpful. Thank you for sharing that. You also mentioned the importance of community engagement earlier. Can you talk more about that and how you're involved in the community today?
I'm mostly involved through sports. This is my passion, right? Being a coach of how you call it, a minor leagues or junior leagues where my daughters are participating, trying to do what I've been doing before, actually doing lots of lecturing and lots of pro bono engagement when it comes to sports management, sport marketing, sports entrepreneurship, being an advisor or a mentor to a variety of the people which are starting their businesses or wanting to try something on their own. That's one side of this, which is my personal. Another side is Betfred as well. We actually have a great HR team here. We also have a great, what I call a people engagement person in our office as well, which is very, very heavily involved here in the community. sometimes too involved because we have around 30, 40 events every year that we do. So it's a lot of this is emphasizes on, because what I learned, helping other people makes you feel good about yourself and makes you feel good about what you do and makes you feel good that you can contribute to other people that are in needs, either of advice, either of or some material needs as well.
Thank you very much. I'm given your educational background and extensive experience. I'm happy to support your application today.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I too am happy to support your application. You have an excellent background, a lot of experience, great education. Although it's your first time licensed here, you've been licensed in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Maryland, Colorado, Iowa. So you've been through the whole process. How do you compare this process through those other ones?
I would like to thank Angel Lambert. She was really great. She helps a lot in this process. Nevada process is definitely one of the most intensive processes. But as you said, I've been licensed, I believe now in 11 or 12 different jurisdictions. So it gets easier. Being European, originally, I'll tell you that process is pretty intrusive at the beginning because in Europe, it's very different. Privacy is very, very strong and the regulations, but once you go once through it, and if you're very transparent and open, the process becomes much easier. So I have to say that my process here in Nevada has been quite smooth overall.
Great, thank you for that. Could you speak just a little bit, if you can, about the status of Betfred at the Virgin Hotel?
Yeah, as you have seen, the Mohegan has announced potential or probable separation from Virgin. We have a relationship with Mohegan, not with Virgin. We are going through all the phases of this relationships. At this point of time, I cannot disclose public what is going on because there is not a definite decision. But for now, we are still committed to stay in Nevada and we are looking into a variety of the options what to do next. And we are going to keep the board and everybody else informed about our plans.
Excellent, thank you for that. I'm happy to support your application as well.
Thank you, Judge Assad.
Mr. Giordano, anything else you'd like to add?
Just again, express our thanks, appreciation to Special Agent Heather Lambert for her work on Mr. Spik's application and appreciate her efforts and professionalism. And we would request Chairman that the board support his application, making a firm recommendation to the Commission for approval.
Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 11.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 are the applications of Justin Moore for finding of suitability as a manager and key executive at Mesquite Gaming LLC and for licensure as a key employee noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutwald. How are you doing?
Excellent. Good
Good.
afternoon. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm McDonald Carano. With me is Justin Moore. I wanted to congratulate Member Watkins. And it's thrilling to see you on the video screen. Appreciate you being here today.
Absolutely.
With your permission, I'll have Justin tell you a little bit about his background and we'll open it up for questions.
Please. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon. It is absolute pleasure to stand before you today, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I want you to know personally, I consider this a milestone in my 20+ career to be in front of you applying for this key license. I started off in this industry in Mesquite. My first job was a food server at Mesquite Star, which is no longer active, obviously, and enjoyed it so much. And I commuted from St. George to Mesquite. I was born in St. George. I know that area very well. And the experience I had there encouraged me to come to Las Vegas and continue my career in gaming. I started off at the Joker's Wild as a food server working for Boyd Gaming. That was the only property I could find a job because my timing moving here was terrible. It was right after 9/11. And so finding a job was a challenge, but Joker's Wild took me in. And then I started a career with Station Casinos at Boulder Station, 2003. And I worked for Station Casinos for nearly 15 years. I started off as a food server and invested in myself and in my career and working hard to get
gain promotions throughout the food and beverage industry of Station Casinos. Stations also has a phenomenal internal management development program, and I applied to operate in that capacity as a slot trainee, and eventually moved into a slot director role. From there, my career took off, and I became an assistant general manager at the Green Valley Ranch Resort, recruited to the East Coast because my wife is from Massachusetts, and we were able to find a home with Rush Street Gaming in Schenectady, New York, key license there in the state of New York. And then that company asked me to go to Philadelphia to operate their Pennsylvania, Philadelphia property. And I did that for 2 years, and also key license in the state of Pennsylvania. Through relationships and mentors in this business, I was able to be connected with the folks at Oak Tree, and they told me about this opportunity to return home to Mesquite to be the CEO, where I am in that capacity now, overseeing strategic development for the property, reinvestment into the properties with several different capital projects that are already underway. Also cultivating the future of gaming and instituting many development programs to make sure others had the same opportunities I had in my career. I consider myself a great example of the opportunities that this industry provides. Being being from a poor family in St. George, finding this industry, I don't have a college education. I did graduate high school in St. George, but this industry has provided me with nothing but opportunity. And I stand before you as a representative of that. Also provides mentorship. Steve Schutte, that was up here earlier today, is one of those mentors for me, as well as Carol Thompson, Brian Lindsay, Greg Carlin, Dan Roy, and Glenn Bayshore, and Frank Fertitta III, just to name a few, that have helped me get to this point in my career. I would also like to recognize Agent Thompson for her outstanding work with me on this investigation and her patience. It was a very thorough investigation. And I'd also like to thank my wife, who assisted me with that investigation and tracking down records. She did a great job. And then with me today is Dick Tomaso. He is our Vice President of Government Affairs with Mesquite Gaming. He's here in support of me in this presentation.
That's wonderful. That's a great American gaming story that you've come from where you started to where you're at. And hopefully it's just the middle and you got a lot more room to keep going. So really happy to hear your story. I'm sure the American Gaming Association would be happy to hear your story and put you on a billboard. That's wonderful. Mr. Tomaso, pleasure to have you here with us today as well. I didn't have many questions for you. Your background and your information in our investigative report was all very clean and very supportive of the story you just told us personally. I was interested in how much time you spend at each property. How do you divide that up?
You know, most of my time is at the Casablanca. However, we have since transitioned certain team meetings to the Virgin River and other weekly meetings that I have to make sure that we have ample time at both properties. I live in Henderson. However, I spend majority of the week in Mesquite working with the operations. And when I'm not there, each property has a general manager that's overseeing the operations. And I also have key VPs that are overseeing both properties and certain departments such as marketing and slots and compliance that are also overseeing the property.
I was going to ask you that too. Living in Henderson, how often do you go out there and stay out there? Do you stay in a room?
You know, it just depends on what my schedule is like. If I know I have a long night and early morning the next day, I'll stay over. You know, this weekend we have some very fun activities with outdoor concerts and such. And so I'll be staying out there for the whole weekend. It's just an example of how I spend my time. But, you know, it's important for me to be there, especially with so much going on. We're reinvesting into the property right now with a complete casino remodel at the Casablanca, a brand new showroom, a brand new bar, a remodel of Catherine's Steakhouse, adding a lounge, and then the Virgin River is getting a new sports book. All these projects are going at this moment. So it's critical that I'm on property as much as I can be.
And that was the last question I was going to ask you. What is the stage of those development? Is it a rolling kind of start and finish, or is there an end date on all of the remodeling and updating?
Our goal is to completely impact the two properties in the first 2 years of ownership. So those projects are underway. I can tell you that we have additional projects that we are in that are in planning stages. And along with those projects I mentioned, we also reinvested about $6 million into the slot floor. Average age of the slot machines out there were about 15 years old when we took over ownership. And so we needed a nice influx of an investment into those floors, and that is already complete. So the projects will continue to roll on for the next 2 years, sir.
Great. And based on your experience and your great American gaming story, I'm very happy to support your applications today.
Thank you.
Dr. Watkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moore. Congratulations on all your success from food server to CEO. That is certainly a great story. And congratulations on finding your way back home. You seem to be a very humble man, thanking everyone in your past. I don't know that I've heard so many people specifically named and thanked on the record before. You also said that there was an experience you had in Utah that led you to want to be in Vegas. Am I correct in understanding that, or did I misunderstand?
It was the experience that I had working at the Mesquite Star and working in the game environment as a food server, but it was enough to really entice me to make this a career. I also have family members that worked in the industry when I was young. So I had an aunt that was a supervisor at the Excalibur, I had an uncle that was a security director at the Circus. So I also had some family influence to get me into the industry.
Do you mind sharing what that experience was?
With Mesquite Star?
Yes.
Yeah, it was the first time I had a chance to work in a casino and understood the fact that, well, if you're a food server, casinos pay much better hourly than they do in Utah. Utah has different wages for food servers where because it's a tip position. I was making $2.13 an hour as a food server in Utah, whereas at Mesquite Star it was $7. And then I find in Las Vegas it's closer to 10. So a big part of that was, I could make better living. And initially, really, the goal for me moving to Las Vegas was taking my food server skill set and being able to save enough money to go to college and get my life in order and get moving. And as a single father at the time, it's incredibly difficult to be able to get enough funds as a food server to accumulate and go to college. So that's when I made the decision that, okay, this is my college. This is going to be my education. And that's when I decided to get into leadership roles in food and beverage with Station Casinos.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that story and your background and history and for your presentation today. I'm happy to support your application.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I too am happy to support your application. You've been licensed in Pennsylvania and New York, right? And first time licensee here, but your excellent work experience speaks very well for you. So I'm sure they made an excellent choice in selecting you to run the properties. So good luck, and I'm happy to support you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Gutwald, anything else we need to know this afternoon?
No, just thanks to Agent Thompson. It was a very thorough investigation.
Very good. Always happy to hear that. All right, then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 12.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you for being here. Good luck to you.
Have a great day.
And I believe, Madam Secretary, our only other non-restricted item is number 13, because that's a hybrid between a non-restricted application and a restricted application. We're going to take that at 1:45, and then we have a 2 o'clock calendared restricted agenda. So we'll be in recess until 1:45 to finish up, hopefully, our non-restricted calendar. Thank you. All right, let's go back on the record. This is the continuation of our morning non-restricted agenda, and we have one item left, Madam Secretary. It's non-restricted item number 13.
Unrestricted number 13 is the application of Red Rock Resort Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It's also the application SCT Holdco LLC for registration as an intermediary. You also have the applications of SCT Aliante Parkway LLC doing business as 76 Tavern Aliante and SCT Lamb Centennial LLC doing business as 76 Tavern Centennial for a restricted gaming license. Finally, you have the application NP Optical LLC, SCT Holdco LLC, Jeff Welch and Stephen Cootie for finding of suitability and licensure as a member, manager, officer, and key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rubenstein.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bulgatz, representing Red Rock Resorts and the applicant subsidiaries. First, I'd like to thank the chair for trailing this item to the afternoon and also for excusing the appearances of Mr. Cootie and Mr. Welch.
Yeah, and I said, Mr. Rubenstein, on the record earlier, the reason for that is this is a bit of a hybrid. It is a non-restricted item and a restricted item. So first of all, that's why staff put it as number 13 and made sense since we're got a little bit of non-restricted and restricted to have it at 145.
Yes, and we really appreciate it. Again, I appreciate excusing the appearances of Mr. Cootie and Mr. Welch, who've been appeared before you several times and been licensed multiple times as well. Nevertheless, we have several company representatives here for this item, and I'd like to introduce them for the record. From the operations side, we have Chris Fiamura, the Senior VP of Operations, Bobby Reel, the Vice President of Small Properties Division, and Jason Straub, the Director of Tavern Operations. Ms. Reel's license application is pending, and Mr. Straub will be filing his application by month's end. From the regulatory compliance side, we have John Pasqualato, Senior Vice President of Regulatory Compliance, and Michelle Flater, Director of Regulatory Compliance. We really don't have much in the way of an affirmative presentation. As you know, Station Casinos currently operates a number of small properties, mostly under the Wildfire brand, and has done so for many years. The company believes that this new tavern brand and division are a natural progression of its business model of serving the local population. The two tavern applications before you are the first of several, with 2 additional applications pending and 3 more locations release. How many ultimately get developed and open will depend on market conditions and the ability to identify suitable tavern sites. Switching gears, the licensing, as you mentioned, licensing of these tavern necessitates an amendment to Red Rock Resorts Order of Registration. We've reviewed draft number 1 of the 11th revised order of registration dated July 15th, 2024, and find it acceptable. So with that, we're prepared to respond to any of your questions regarding these items.
Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein. You answered a couple of my questions. These 2 taverns, right now, I think you mentioned there's 7 in the pipeline. Is that the plan?
That is correct.
Okay.
There's 7.
Good. And what is the expected opening dates of these 2?
I'll let one of the operations people address that.
Absolutely. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Chairman Henrik, Madam Secretary, Member Saad, Member Watkins. My name is Christopher, CHRISTOP, Fiumara, FIUMARA, for the record. Senior President of Operations. We currently have 7 taverns in the pipeline, all to be completed by the end of 25, early 26. These 2 that are on the agenda today are for the Centennial Lamb location, which is scheduled to be the end of September of 24, and Aliante we anticipate to be January of 2025.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Mr. Rubenstein, you explained that this is just a continuation of the company's plan, and we have that all in our materials as well. So I appreciate that. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions regarding the tavern locations?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Rubenstein. Thank you for answering the questions that I had related to the future plans And also, as it relates to the opening dates, it's my understanding that for these two locations, they're all bar top. Is that the plan for the next several as well?
That is correct.
Okay. And at this time, Stations only owns one restricted location, is that correct?
Yes, the Wildfire Anthem location.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Great to see you in person. I'm glad you're here in person and not on video. I don't have any questions. It's pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
And you understand there's several conditions on this location, right?
Yes, we've reviewed the conditions and are in agreement with them.
And I understand from your discussions very recently with staff that you may be, on behalf of your client, wishing to change the fact that it right now, condition 1 and condition 2 references a vice president of small properties or a director of taverns. And that's number 2. And number 1 is vice president of small properties and all directors of taverns. Talking about key employee applications being on file.
Yeah, we thought the language could be massaged a little bit to, more precisely align with how we intend to run those divisions.
Good. Yeah. And certainly we're open to that. Wouldn't want to try to figure out the semantics of that on the record. As you're probably aware, we have other licensees that had titles of positions that sometimes don't fit with conditions. And then years go by and the licensee may change the title, but then the condition doesn't match. So just want to be sure that anything we do here will be consistent with what we've done in the past with other licensees. You're probably aware of the fact that the board has kind of an idea of how many the maximum number of locations are that should be handled by one person, one key employee, and then being sure that we have those applications on file for the positions above that, just so that we make a phone call, we know who's picking up the phone immediately and getting back to the board.
We understand that. We don't really have any substantive changes we want made. It's just more same at our end. When we pick up the phone or when we're called, we know exactly who we're talking about that those conditions apply to.
Perfect. So on behalf of the board agents, when the time is right, we'll be welcoming you to sit down with us and try to figure out if there is a need to modify those conditions that's appropriate with what the board has done in the past.
Sounds like a plan for us.
Okay. And let's talk real briefly about the order. You said you've gone through it and everything looks accurate to you?
Yes. There was some dialogue back and forth and it has all our input.
Okay. Very good. Member Watkins or Member Assad, do either of you have questions or comments about the proposed order?
Can't hear you. You're on mute.
My apologies. I don't have any further questions, Chairman.
Okay, Judge?
Neither do I.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, would you like to take this as 2 motions or just 1 motion?
I think 1 motion is fine, but if you'd rather do 2, we can do that as well.
Nope, I'm welcome to do that. I'm not the one who's going to have to read all the big words. So, Member Watkins, would you like to make a motion on non-restricted item number 13?
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 11th revised order of registration, draft number 1 dated July 15, 2024, and pursuant to the following conditions. The vice president of small properties and all directors of taverns or those individuals acting in similar capacities or SCT Holdco LLC must have a key employee application on file and must refile within 60 days of a change in the individuals occupying those positions. Upon the addition or removal of the vice president of small properties or any director of taverns or any individuals acting in similar capacities for SCT Holdco LLC, a new organizational chart must be submitted to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Investigations Division within 30 days. No director of taverns may supervise more than 10 locations without administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. And before we call for the vote, I want to be clear, Mr. Rubenstein, as you said, through board staff and my approval, we waived Mr. Welch and Mr. Cootie's appearance today based on the fact that they were recently licensed in September of last year. For the record, you can represent to me that nothing significant or derogatory has happened to them in the last 11 months that we may have not had in our record. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, very good. And certainly not implying that there has, but without them being here, just want to be clear that we did have a full write-up on them last September. We had an updated write-up on them in our current materials. And so that's why there wasn't a reason to have them come back today. All right, then, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, motion passes.
Thank you. If
Thank
I
you
may,
very
I'd like
much.
to acknowledge the work done by the Investigations Division on this matter, and in particular, the recognized Senior Agent Joe Lombardo and Special Agent Brandon Peters.
Great. Thank you very much. And I believe we're at 1:57 and our calendar says we can't start restricted till 2 o'clock. So let's just hold on for 3 minutes to be in complete compliance with Nevada open meeting law, and we will start the restricted calendar at 2 o'clock. All right, it is now 2 o'clock, which is the time calendared for our restricted agenda. Madam Secretary, I believe our first item is regarding the restricted consent agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, please read those in.
Restricted number 6 is the application of United Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the bar for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 7 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Twin Peaks for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Arco AMPM 42726 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 10 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc. doing business at Valley Grocery number 89, a restricted gaming license.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And all of the matters on our restricted consent agenda have been items where the board's investigative agents have worked up detailed files on each of the items, and reports have been given and submitted to the board members for review. No areas of interest or areas of concern were uncovered during the investigations. Because I'm not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances by the respective applicants were waived for this meeting. Do either of my colleagues have any questions or comments regarding the restricted items Madam Secretary read in for the consent agenda?
I do not have any concerns, Chairman.
Neither do I. Thank you.
All right, then would either of you like to make a motion regarding the restricted consent agenda?
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item numbers 6, 7, 8, and 10 pursuant to the following conditions. As to both items 8 and 10, the surveillance system and/or mirror must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
All right, then, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. And as a housekeeping matter, our item number 9 was removed from the agenda, so we don't have that one to hear today. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, we will start with restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Aces and Ales LLC doing business as Aces and Ales for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Ryan Johnson and Terry Fear, licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Dr. Watson, and Madam Secretary. I'm Greg Gemignani from the law firm of Dickinson Wright, representing Aces and Ales and its manager members, Ryan Johnson and Terry Fear, also known as Carrie Kelly, with their applications for restricted gaming licensure and licensure as member managers. This is another matter I fortunately inherited from Jeff Silver, and I'm grateful for that. As you probably know, there are 2 current Aces and Ales locations that have been in operation. I think the first one has been in operation for at least 15 years, and the other one close to 10 years. And they are in the process of opening up their 3rd location, which is their most ambitious location yet on the southwestern portion of the valley. As you learned directly from Ryan and Carrie, they have very different backgrounds, yet they've built and sustained 2 taverns that have weathered the test of time, the pandemic, the post-pandemic shortages, and their businesses continue to thrive. Ryan has a history that reads like a true Nevada success story. He was born and raised in Western Illinois, the oldest of his mother's 5 children, 2 of which have special needs. And as you'll learn, his first criminal conviction came when he was 13 years old. And he's been arrested several times since then when he was a youth, and his path was not looking very bright, and it started looking like some of the adult delinquency he was associating with at the time. In 1996, he turned his life around, where he decided he really needed to turn his life around. And he came to Nevada to live with his grandmother. He worked at the Maxim Casino. Then he started working as a ticket reseller and ultimately formed his own ticket reselling business, knowledge he gained. He's a really sociable and personable person. And he meets a lot of people, and he met Carrie Kelly, who's a professional guitar player, as you'll learn as well. And they started discussing an idea for a business together that would have craft beer and excellent food, and this matured into the first Aces and Ales location. Ryan eventually opened up another ticket business that he still operates. And that change in trajectory from being a perennial visitor with law enforcement as a youth with a dim future to a successful business operator, I think is a real testament to him and a testament to the state of Nevada. We really do provide a lot of opportunity for anybody that's really willing to work hard, invest, and stay at it. To say that Ryan's made the most of his opportunity in Nevada, I think is maybe an understatement. His hard work, dedication, personable nature have truly turned that dismal prospective future into an example of an ongoing Nevada success story. As you'll also learn from Carrie when he speaks, he had a very different background. Carrie was an only child raised in coastal California, and he had a dedication to learning and playing guitar, and his first commercial released recording was when he was 16 years old. He has since played with dozens of well-known bands. I'll just name off a few of them here. Slash the Snake Pit, Alice Cooper, Warrant, Vince Neil Band, Skid Row, Rat. He's currently touring with Night Ranger as their lead guitar player. Despite having legitimate rock star credentials, Carrie is truly one of the most down-to-earth people I've met and worked with. He's very hardworking. Again, despite that notorious reputation of the stereotypical rock star, Carrie doesn't fit it. Carrie's about to celebrate his 23rd wedding anniversary at the end of the year with his wife, Brandy. He has no arrest for controlled substances, no history of entitled, bombastic behavior. And he's genuinely industrious, thoughtful, and truly self-aware. And it's been a pleasure to work with him. Despite that arduous travel schedule that he has with Night Ranger currently, Carrie's been working with Ryan to start. Carrie is working with Ryan, and he started those 2 locations with Ryan, and they've been working on this 3rd location, well, since Jeff still practicing law. It's been as it has been for so many people with new developments, given the pandemic and the post-pandemic issues. It's been a long road. I've truly been fortunate to work with Ryan and Carrie on this licensing. They've always been attentive, forthright, and conscientious of their obligations. It doesn't mean we're perfect, but I think they truly are outstanding people and they're suitable. But at this time, I'd like to ask Ryan to come up and introduce himself and tell you a little bit about himself. That's all right with you?
Yes, please. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, and Judge Assad. I am Ryan Johnson, one of the owners of Aces and Ales. If you told me at 18 that I would own a thriving ticket business and soon 3 bars, I would have thought you were dreaming. I was raised in Fulton, Illinois. I am the oldest of 5 children raised with 4 half-brothers. Fulton is a small farming community along the Mississippi River across from Iowa. I am the oldest of my mother's 4 children and was raised with 4 half-brothers, 2 of which have disabilities. One is severely disabled. To say I was in trouble as a youth might be an understatement. I was arrested at 12 and was in and out of trouble until I left Illinois for Nevada. After I turned 18, in addition to raising my brothers, my mother was also saddled with handling and resolving the trouble caused, and I was often in trouble with others in the area. I was in trouble so often as a youth that it seemed like one long series of issues. As part of my preparing for my application, I commissioned a background check to try to be as complete as possible. On my application, however, a conviction for criminal trespass when I was 17 didn't appear in the report and wasn't something that I recalled, and therefore it wasn't included on my prior applications or this application. During this investigation, I was reminded of the criminal trespass conviction by the investigating agent, and while I vaguely recalled the issue, it was far from clear. I made calls to officials in Whiteside County to get my juvenile criminal records, but I didn't have any personal success in getting records from them. Supplement my application, I hired an attorney to get my records from Whiteside County, Illinois, as personally and did not yield any results. My Illinois attorney eventually was able to get the documents concerning the criminal trespass, as that was proved to the board agents. I didn't intentionally withhold this information. It just wasn't something from my youth that I recalled, and I had no documents as my mother handled these issues, and I don't recall her having any copies when her house was cleared out after her death. I know the omission of listing the criminal trespass was a significant omission, but it was an honest omission, and I'm certainly not trying to hide my troubled past when I was younger. I realized my life in Illinois was tumultuous, and the adults I was hanging around with were frequently in trouble, and I needed to make a change, as my current path would likely lead to increasing trouble, and that wasn't the future I wanted. I did so when I came to Nevada to live with my grandmother after turn 18. Upon moving to Nevada, I was hired at the Maxim Hotel and Casino. I was at the Maxim where I met individuals who ran Vegas tickets, and I started helping him out as a runner. assistant for a short time. With what I learned, I eventually started Elite Tickets with Jay Dapper. Elite was a business that thrived on making contacts with concierge and casino marketing industry. We ended selling Elite to the ticket company. After the sale, I worked at the ticket company until they closed in 2008. After the ticket company closed, I started DTF. DTF operates primarily as an electronic ticket purchasing and reselling business. And it had funded my ongoing investment in building Aces and Ales business. Essentially, what DTF does is purchase tickets to events electronically, then resells those tickets later online at what I hope is a profit. While not all ticket sales net a profit, most, as I have developed a knack to know which events and seats are likely to be profitable. DTF doesn't have its own ticket marketplace, but relies on purchasing and reselling tickets through larger market sites like Ticketmaster. For those that don't know, Ticketmaster is initial rights holder for more than 75% of the major ticketed events nationally. Electronic tickets resales depend on support from the initial rights holder, as electronic ticketing is controlled by central systems and transfers are approved and incur fees from the central system. Today, DTF continued to provide my primary source of income, and it is providing me with the funds to make investments in Aces and Ales here in Southern Nevada. In the ticket business, you make many personal connections. One of those was with Carrie Kelly. Carrie is, as you know, or we'll find out, a professional musician who has played guitar professionally with Alice Trooper, Slash, Night Ranger, and others. Carrie and I developed a friendship and decided to invest in a tavern that specialized in craft beers and high quality food. In 2008, we opened the first Aces and Ales, and in 2014, we opened our second Aces and Ales. Today, we are before the board to ask for a recommendation for approval to have gaming at our next location here at the Bend, which will also be an Aces and Ales location. Currently, between the two Aces and Ales locations, we have 39 employees. We serve about 8,200 patrons a month. With the new location, we are looking at hiring 50 people, and we are projecting serving an additional 5,000 patrons a month. Aces and Ales has sponsored charitable events and activities since its inception, and we always seek to be positive contributors to our community. I know this is a lot of information in a short period of time, and I am happy to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. As a favor to the court reporter, I might ask if your attorney would provide a copy of your statement there. That'll make it easier for her to type that up. I did have several questions for you. You're probably aware of the fact, because this is your third application, that's what causes the Gaming Control Board to do a more deeper, more extensive investigation. Was that all explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So when you did your first two applications, I went back and I read those transcripts, and the board and the commission transcript. A lot of the questions weren't always brought up because of there wasn't as an extensive investigation as we did this time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I do commend you for going back and hiring an investigator, hiring an attorney to try to find some of the questions that our investigators have about your what I would call youthful indiscretions, would be a polite way of saying it. I think you acknowledge that you had a very interesting youth, right?
Yeah, or embarrassing. However,
yeah, could be embarrassing at this age, right?
Yes.
A lot of that is who you hang out with, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Missing a criminal arrest from this side of the dais is usually difficult for us. And a lot of times a board member or commission member will say, that's an important day that you would remember when you get arrested, put in the back of a squad car, put into a holding cell or a jail. It's something you'd remember. In your case, because you actually had so many youthful indiscretions, I'm not actually surprised that you would forget about one of them. They were pretty rapid fire. And a lot of these, as you mentioned, were during your youth. So by most accounts, other than for a gaming license, a lot of times people can't inquire into what you did as a child before you were 18 years old. We're interested in that because it tells a story of who you are. It says how your upbringing was and what you're going to do as you start into your career in gaming. I've gone through this with a pretty fine tooth comb over the last week. To me, if you were applying for your first location now, I would have a lot more difficulty because we didn't get a chance to see you as somebody in the gaming industry. And now that you've been in the gaming industry, I think 2009 and 2013, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of what we normally do, or the commission normally does, is they limit an application, limit the license to give you an opportunity to prove yourself. The way this worked out in time is you actually did prove yourself. And so that's interesting to me. That doesn't always happen in front of us, where somebody's in the industry without going through a full background investigation. Tell me a little bit more about your broker business. We have in our files, you don't have to go into the legal details, but you believe, based on your legal counsel telling you what you're doing and your years of experience, that your broker business is completely on the up and up on the legal side of ticket brokering?
Yes, sir. We deal with a lot of the casinos and the box offices here in Las Vegas directly and across the country. So like, we haven't had an issue in all the years that I've been in Las Vegas selling tickets. Never an issue with elite tickets or with Rebel tickets.
A few years back, you had an issue at the Hard Rock.
Yes.
You acknowledge that they asked you to not come back on property. Recently, your attorney has cleared that up. It's under new ownership, that property, and you are now allowed back on to the Virgin Hotel now.
Yes, sir.
The activity you were doing back at that time is not any way you run your ticker brokerage now, correct?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Almost everything is online now.
Yes, sir.
Right. And no on property, what's more commonly referred to as ticket scalping rather than ticket brokering. These are people who hang around at the property.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't do that anymore.
No.
Yeah. Good. I happen to, because of my former profession, know an extensive amount about ticket brokering, ticket scalping, and the good side and the bad side. So I went through that pretty thoroughly. I trust you standing here today that you're saying you're going to stay on the side of it. There is a gray area, and there is a question about whether or not the law enforcement enforces laws. But as a gaming licensee, you need to remember that what you do in a business, even unrelated to gaming, is something that the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission take very seriously. So I would tell you to don't step into the gray area. Keep it all the way on the legal side in your businesses, even unrelated to the gaming business. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right. I might have a few more questions about the property, but for now, let me ask Dr. Watkins if she has questions for you. Thank you.
Yes, I do have questions, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much for your affirmative presentation addressing some of that negative history. That's very much appreciated. And I'll start by saying I pretty much agree with what with the chair's analysis, and I found it interesting to hear his analysis because it's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. I understand that there was a failure to disclose, and as gaming regulators, we're required to make a determination that people who have licenses are people of honesty, integrity, and good character. And a failure to disclose brings that issue into question, right? And so, but in your case, as the chair mentioned, usually many youthful discretions is seen as a negative thing. And in fact, overall it is, but it does provide context to your failure to disclose because A, it was so long ago, but B, there were so many of them that it's not a surprise that you may have missed one. So I agree with that analysis. And so I don't think that the failure to disclose was intentional. And so I will move forward under that understanding, but I would also like to commend you for doing what it appears to be changing your life around, getting up and leaving and moving from the situation that you thought was holding you back, but also trying to get on the right path. And it appears that you've done that most recently. And I'll ask you, have you had any negative contact with law enforcement over the last 10 years?
No.
Okay, that's from all appearances, it seems that way from my perspective as well. Are you at this moment, as you stand before us, current with all your child support applications?
Yes.
Okay, and the chair covered this, but you mentioned that your ticketing business is mostly done online now, and you're definitely not approaching it the way that you were previously and in a way that got you banned from Hard Rock. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, that's really all I have. And like I said before, just to summarize, I understand that, you know, we're required to determine whether, you know, the people that come before us are people of honesty, good character and integrity, and a failure to disclose may call that into question. But given the context of this failure to disclose, I'm not surprised that, you know, it was forgotten, and I'm not going to hold that against you. And I'm happy to move forward with your application today.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad, do you have questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. You've been licensed twice before, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's his name? James Madison, the fourth president of the United States. He had a famous quote. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but if men were angels, we wouldn't need government. And you're a prime example of how you can turn your life around. And I think you set a good example for a lot of kids. I was a prosecutor in juvenile court. I presided in a criminal court setting. I had hundreds of kids come before me, and they got in all kinds of trouble. And most of them don't turn their life around. So in your case, you did do that, and that's commendable. You should probably go on TED Talk. You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
It's a thing you go on for 15 minutes, and they air it on YouTube where you tell your life story, because you would be inspirational for a lot of gangbangers, a lot of young kids who get in trouble, that it's not the end of the road when you mess up when you're 15, 16, 17 years old. You have the beginning of the whole rest of your life ahead of you. You just need some guidance and someone to put you on the right track. And I just want to commend you for doing that.
Thank you.
I'm proud to support your application.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, how much time do you spend at the current locations, each one?
I'm not at either location a lot, but I do business on the phone a lot, or with email, probably like 5 to 10 hours a week.
And you have a general manager at each location that's more of the day-to-day operations that you're confirming?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. The remainder of your time is spent on your ticket broker business?
Yes, and my son plays travel hockey, so I'm been all over the country the last few years with him.
Understand. This is a supper club location license. Is there another restricted location nearby? Understood. What is the planned opening date for the location?
September 15th.
Yeah, so development's done?
It's getting there, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think by October 1st, the latest.
Good.
So
how are your other two locations doing right now?
Doing well.
Good.
Yeah.
Great. All right, Mr. Fear, if you'd like to come up, tell us a little bit about yourself. Again, we know that you were in front of the commission a few years ago, but I'd like to have an update on what you're doing and what your role and responsibilities will be for all three of these locations.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Dr. Watkins, Madam Secretary, Judge Hendrick, Judge Assad. So thank you for having us. I appreciate it. My name is Terry Leafier, and professionally known as Carrie Kelly. Sorry, I'm going to repeat some of the things we talked about, but I have it here. So my primary profession is a musician, professional guitar player. You said I played with Alice Cooper for a number of years, Slash, Guns N' Roses, Warrant, Rat. My current band is Night Ranger. I've been with them for 12 years. We have a pretty cool song called Sister Christian is our big song, Night Ranger. I live in California, and I'm on tour about 250 days out of the year, if you could believe that. Never ending. But despite that, heavy schedule, as Greg mentioned, I've been married for 23 years to an amazing woman, my wife, Brandy Fear. So that's a feat, I think, in this day and age, especially in the music business. I got to be honest with you. So in addition to my primary job there, I'm the owner of Aces and Ales along with Ryan here in Nevada, 2 locations. First one opened in 2009, 15 plus years ago. 2013 for our location by the hospital on Tenaya Way. So that's been 11 plus years. And my role with Aces and Ales basically is primarily on the food and beverage side, food and beverage beer vendors mainly. I have a lot of friends and people I've met in California that own breweries and things like that. And that kind of got our spark for even opening Aces and Ales to begin with. So that's kind of like my side of the business. And since I don't live in Vegas and I'm obviously not on site that often, I discuss items with our key employees or our managers. As Ryan stated, we have a manager at each location, Ryan Lucy and Adam Metcalf. And while I talk to Adam regularly, but due to the touring and performance schedule, I'm not obviously on site on a day-to-day basis on the operations. In 2013, there was a restriction on the Tenaya location that prevented me from being involved in day-to-day location or day-to-day operations at that location. This was 11 years ago, obviously, when we got that license, and I didn't recall the restriction. But now looking back, since it was brought to our attention, I believe it was a byproduct of of a prior reckless driving charge that I had that was reduced from a DUI. And I was represented by Jeff Silver in that matter in regard to that. And after the interview with Agent Tan, and when this was brought up, I spoke with Ryan about this, and he brought to my attention that Jeff or somebody on his staff let us know that day-to-day operations meant being there on a daily basis or nearly daily basis to help run things, and that my remote handling of food and beverage and maintaining contact for that purpose was not subject of the restriction. And also the restriction has since been lifted. We got that resolved, thankfully. But it was something I didn't recall at the time, and it just was out of my memory until I got my memory refreshed by Agent Tan. Discussing with, I did speak with Greg, obviously, about that, our current attorney here. And if there were any notes regarding this in the file, apparently there were none. In 2013, we worked, said, with Jeff Silver. He was at Gordon and Silver. Jeff moved to Dickinson Wright, which is where Greg's at currently. And in 2015, we worked with Jeff's assistant and Hillary, a paralegal. Then Jeff retired, as we all know. And then Greg stepped in and started working with us. So he could help fill you in if there's any other questions on the file, since he is there at the Dickinson Wright. I know this was an area of concern for the board. It's something that I had literally forgotten about through the passage of time and travel, et cetera. But we did act on the advice of our attorneys at the time. And like I said, we did get the matter resolved and removed. So we're thankful for that. I could talk to you about the myself and Ryan. I have some notes here. So I met him in the late 90s. And same thing, like he was talking about, he likes music. And whenever I would play, he was a familiar face. So we just became friends. And then, of course, his wife, Jill, and my wife, Brandy, became friends and come to California. And we'd hang out. And then he had his kids. So that would come down to the beach and things like that. And it just really progressed on that. And like I said, I had a lot of friends in the kind of craft beer industry in San Diego and Southern California, where I live in Orange County. And we were kind of always dreamed of like, man, maybe it'd be so great to open a place with great craft beer and scratch foods and stuff. And believe it or not, back then, this was about 2007, because it took us a while to find the location, then get licensed and et cetera. But there was really a hole in the market. There wasn't much craft beer out here. And we wanted to bring what we thought was great beer to the Vegas Valley, So that's really how the idea started for us, the seed for our first Aces location and it's on South Nellis over there. People thought they go, these guys are going to be out of business in 6 months. And here we are 15 and a half years later, so we're happy about that as well. So the first location did extremely well on Nellis over there. And then we had the opportunity for the second location on Tenaya. And so we jumped at the chance for that. And that was in 2012, actually. And then took us time to get licensed. So 2013, we opened both locations successful. And I think it's we try to give great products to our patrons and our staff. I believe we have an amazing staff. We have some people that have been at both locations since day one. I mean, it's in the service industry, that's like as well, like a testament. It's, pretty wild. So we're very proud of that. Las Vegas is a great area. I have a lot of friends here. I've met a lot of friends here over the decades. And this opportunity arose to have this new location over by IKEA there in the Southwest. And so we jumped at the chance for that. But unfortunately, the project it's long overdue. Not on our part, developer, if the COVID hit and other problems that arose, but it's off and running hard now. So we're happy about that. As we said, we're looking for. I stopped there today before I came here. Late September 15th is the target, but they're saying it might be a week or two. The health department and things like that. So we're eagerly awaiting that. But yeah, we're very happy about that. And as we talked about, that's going to employ about 50 people, bringing our total to around 89 or plus or minus. We'll have to see how that goes, but we're happy about that. Employing people and giving them a great place, environment. And like I said, our current employees are great. I love this community. I want to keep investing in it. And that's what we've been doing, over the last 15, 16 years. And another thing I wanted to say, I just thought of this because I heard the United Coin earlier. We started with United Coin, great people. And obviously it changed the name to Century or however they're doing that business, but been with them since day one as well. Always great. Like I said, great people. We started with Charlie Skinner over there was our first, contact lead. And then he moved on. And then we had Steve Deschamps. He was a great guy. And then he retired. And now we have Tim Cogswell over there. He's a vice president and just a great guy. And we think they're great partners. And we're looking forward to partnering with them on this new location as well. So I wanted to thank you all. It's about all I have to say, but thank you for having us and letting myself and Ryan speak with you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Great presentation. Pleasure to have you here. And as my colleagues were saying earlier to Mr. Johnson, I think both your stories is a great American story from where Mr. Johnson started and was able to take the business, for you investing in our community and becoming a part of our community, for you to have two locations that survived the Great Recession and the pandemic, the amount of people you've been able to hire, the amount of people you're going to hire if this gets approved by the commission. And it's a good story. It's a great story for Nevada. It's a good gaming story. You addressed most of my questions, which you did have a DUI. That happens. You've owned up to it. In our materials, you told our agents that it was a wake-up call for you and changed your drinking habits, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. And family man, so it makes a difference. You realize what you could have done to other families.
Absolutely.
And you addressed what I was concerned about was there was a restriction put in place by the municipality on the license you had. But I believe, and Mr. Jim Magnani, you can correct me, that restriction didn't go to him being an out-of-state person owner, didn't take away his ownership, and didn't say that he couldn't be on the phone doing something. They didn't want to have somebody with a DUI or reduced to a reckless being involved around a bar and serving alcohol, correct?
I think that's correct. I believe it restricted him from being involved in day-to-day operations.
Good.
Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything in our files when Jeff moved from Gordon to Dickinson, right?
Understood.
I came from Lionel Sawyer when it fell apart, and I can tell you there certainly were things that didn't make the transition.
Understood. And since that time, though, because of this investigation, you were able to find out about that restriction, and more importantly, you were able to get it removed. So it's not in place anymore. So that doesn't concern me. I'm comfortable with what you're doing now. I understand that you're not day to day, but you are involved in the gaming business now because you've got now 3 locations. You've got employees, you've got gaming devices in your location. So we expect you to follow all the gaming rules as well.
Absolutely, yes.
I know one of the questions you had from the commission last time you were here was about a situation that happened with BMI. And I would assume you being a performing artist and making money off of BMI, that was important to you. So I'm guessing that your BMI and your ASCAP fees are all up to speed and paid on time in all these locations.
Absolutely. And
good.
Now there's like 5 agencies that are collecting.
5 agencies.
Yes.
Good. Well, good for you because that means you'll be getting residuals, right? And license fees. Great. That's all I had. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Fear?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Fear. From my perspective, it looks like everything has been taken care of. The restriction has been lifted, and I think your DUI was in 2010. Was that in 2010?
Yes.
So more than a decade ago. So I don't have any further concerns related to those issues. How many, you said that you will employ 50 people at this location. How many people are employed in the other 2 locations?
We have approximately 39.
Total?
Yes.
Okay.
So this would bring us to about 89, plus or minus, we'll see.
Okay. Well,
which we're proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. And you should be. Congratulations on your success as a business owner and providing jobs in our community and maintaining these locations for so long. It looks like things are working out well and that you and Mr. Johnson have found a great partnership. And I wish you all much success in the future and good luck with your music career as well.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nice of you to be here in person. I appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely.
And want to congratulate you on a brilliant career.
Oh,
Who wrote Schools Out for Summer? Was that you?
Oh, I wish it was. That would be great. That was Alice himself.
Were you playing with him at that time?
No, that was, but I played with him in the 2000s. So I played with Alice from 2005 through 2011.
Oh, okay. So that's way after.
Yeah.
Great.
But we do play that song sometimes with Night Ranger for fun because they introduced me. Hey, you play with Al.
Yeah.
And it's just fun.
Sure, it gets a lot of great accolades. Basically, same comments as Mr. Johnson here, that your story is commendable, rags to riches type of a situation. So happy to endorse this application. Thank you for employing 89 Nevadans.
Yeah.
That's always a good thing. And I hope you open a couple more stores.
I hope so as well. Like I said, we want to invest in Nevada, you know, and we want to continue.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fear. And Mr. Johnson, as I stated earlier, if this had been your first application, I'd be in a tough spot to move forward without at least a limitation. But because it's fortuitous that you've been able to run and keep these businesses going for so long, as the judge just went through, hiring people and providing economy for our community. So you've proved the limitation. You've proved that you can do this. You've proved that you can follow the liquor and the gaming laws in our state and on our county here. So I am now, based on that, comfortable in moving forward without any limitation or condition on either of your requests to be licensed today. And this location, that is a growing area of our local community, and personally wish you all the best. Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Jim Ignani, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I'd really like to thank Agent Tan and Agent Jones for their hard work during this investigation. They're truly a credit to the board. They're amazing. I'd also like to thank my former colleague Hillary Dahlhaus, who worked with both agents and did a lot of the work on this matter and getting information, getting it back to the agents in a timely fashion. And with that, appreciate your support.
Yeah, and we appreciate that as well. For a restricted item, there is a very lengthy background investigation that the board was presented with. And to both of you gentlemen's credit, you cooperated with the agents. As I said earlier, went and actually hired people to go look into your past as a minor. That is not easy to do. And sometimes we understand that records just don't exist. Sometimes, though, it's about trying to find out if they exist. It's how far do you go? It shows a real cooperation and willingness to the board that you're going to do your best to find out what happened. And that's always extremely important for our agents and for our board. So thank you for doing that. I am ready to move forward. If one of my colleagues would like to make a motion on restricted item number 1.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
All right, Mr. Giminati, you're aware of that condition, correct?
Yes, we are. We're in support of that.
Okay, very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. And again, congratulations, Dr. Watkins.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 24461 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application GSJS Corp for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 24461. Lastly, you have the application of Gurinder Singh for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here on behalf and with me is joining Mr. Singh, who is appearing in the Carson City office. Also with me here today is the general counsel for the SRO, Mr. Goodrich. Mr. Chairman, this location is an existing convenience store known as.
Hold on a second, Mr. Donato, and see if we can plug him in. Are we having an issue? We're not seeing Carson City. Can you put that up? Is it a matter of him speaking that makes it pop up?
Hello, everyone.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Donato, please
Sorry
proceed.
about that. Thank you and appreciate that. And before I think we start, I just want to congratulate Member Watkins on the new baby. And I hope you get back to full nights of sleep here very soon. Mr. Chairman, this location is the existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 24461, and the major cross streets are North Virginia Street and North McCarran Boulevard in Reno, Nevada. On or about July 26th of 2023, Mr. Singh took over the operations of the store. Since the seller held the restricted gaming license license was surrendered and the gaming ceased operations when Mr. Singh took over the operations. The SRO is requesting approval to hold the restricted gaming license for the store and has entered into a share and revenue agreement with GSJS Corp for the operation of the gaming. In addition, GSJS Corp is requesting approval to share in the gaming revenue under the SRO's restricted gaming license. Mr. Singh did attend the restricted licensee seminar on July 16th. And with that, would like to have Mr. Singh provide some information on himself.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone. How you guys doing?
Yeah, please tell us a little bit about yourself and what your plans are with this location.
Yes. Yeah, my full name is Gurinder Singh, and I was born in back India, Punjab. So I came to America with my parents back in 1994, and I finished high school in California, Sacramento, and graduated 2006. And then I went to American River College, but I did not graduate. And then I started. I had a part-time job, which they offered me more hours, so I started focusing on my job than college. So that I think with that I wasn't able to finish it. But then in 2009, I started driving a truck, which I was kind of liking it, but I was on the road a lot, but it was a good opportunity to grow a little bit. And then in 2012, I met my wife, and then we got married in 2013. And at the time when we got, or prior to our marriage, my wife was already in 7-Eleven. And then I kind of quit my job with the trucking and came to help her out with her store, and which I was kind of liking managing the stores. And then in 2017, I bought my own liquor store in California, but I sold it about 5 years later in 2022. It wasn't bringing much of revenue, and I had a better opportunity I looked at, and I bought a different store after selling Fair Oaks Liquor Barn. And I currently own this location that I bought last year. It does amazing. I have a great manager in the California liquor store, and my dad lives close by that store, and he helps me run it. So that way I don't have to be at that location as much. My dad and my manager takes care of that, most of it, and I don't have to be there that much. And then I spend most of my time at my 7-Eleven off of Virginia Street, which I bought last year. I'm there from 7 a.m. to about 3 p.m., about 40 plus hour a week. My duties over there are purchase summary, cash summary, just kind of managing the cash and make sure everything is on point. And then I do hiring and firing and duties of operation of store and ordering, training new or existing employees, and coordinating with vendors and meetings with 7-Eleven once a week with our area leader. And after I get done about like 3:30 daily, I see if my wife needs assistance with her stores. And if she does, I go help her out. And mostly my focus is usually my 7-Eleven, which is right next to University of Reno, Nevada. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you for that, Mr. Singh. And yeah, it seems like you work a lot of hours a week.
Yes. Yeah. I'm always been working, so I don't mind working.
And your wife has 4 7-Eleven locations, is that correct?
Yes.
And is she a part owner of this? I see that you're primarily the officer and director of this location. Does your wife have an ownership and interest in it?
No, she does not.
Okay. And because you've helped her at the other locations, you already have previous experience around gaming machines. And Mr. Donato stated that you attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar. So I'm sure you're highly aware of how important it is for the gaming regulators that those who are licensed, even those who are just on a space lease, follow all of the gaming laws and gaming commission regulations. Do you understand all that now after attending that seminar?
Yes. Yes.
Great. Good. That's important because you and your employees will be the ones watching these machines, even though you will have a slot route operator who it's actually their their license and their machines, it'll be your people who are watching them on a day-to-day basis, correct?
Yes, correct.
Good. All right. Dr. Watkins, do you have questions for Mr. Singh?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Singh. Thank you for your affirmative presentation and providing us with information related to your background. And as the chair mentioned, I understand you attended the restricted licensing seminar already. Can you tell me, just from your memory, what was one of the most important things that you remember from the seminar that you learned?
Yes, I remember. There were a lot of things that we talked about, but the one I kind of remember most was when they said you should always make sure no one of age of under 21 is on the slots, and make sure our staff employees always keep an eye on them. And that's why our slots are always right in front of the register. So that way they have a full visibility to see who's on the slots at all times.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds like you were very much paying attention. I don't have any further questions or concerns related to the application today.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions per se. Everything looks pretty straightforward. I'd like to thank Agent Mata Rosen for doing an outstanding job, and as well as Supervisor Allen and Special Agent Brent Peters. Great application, very thorough. Just want to commend you all for being here today. Mr. Goodrich, good to see you in person as always.
See you as well, Judge.
You enjoying the new position?
I am. It's keeping me busy.
Okay, having fun?
Ask me on a Saturday.
You working Saturdays?
Those are the days I have fun. So.
Okay, all right. There you go. All right. I'm more than happy to support this application.
Great. Mr. Goodrich, anything you want to add on this application?
No, Chair Hendricks.
Okay, very good. All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 2.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Mr. Goodrich, you're aware of that standard condition, correct?
Right, Chair.
All right. No questions about it?
No, sir.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Agent Marta Rosen for all her work on this application.
Thank you. Bringing us to restricted item number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of Amy Bulgatz for licensure as a manager and key executive at Sahara Restaurants LLC.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bulgatz.
Hello, how are you?
Very good.
This is my first time here, so I didn't prepare anything.
That's all right.
But thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Very good. We have a very thorough background on you from the agents and appreciate your cooperation with them. We have information on your education, your experience, your background, your time with Sammy's Woodfire Pizza. So it's not a problem if you don't have a presentation. We'll probably just ask you a few questions. All right. You've been with Sammy's for 8 years. Is that correct?
On Friday. Mhm.
Friday.
Yep.
Okay. Congratulations. What is your current title?
President and CFO.
And how has that changed over the last 8 years?
I started as an accounting manager, and I was promoted within about 6 months of being there.
And it's my understanding you're actually you're a manager of the LLC, correct?
For Sahara, correct.
Okay, very good. How much time do you spend at these 2 locations?
I'm living in San Diego, but I come to Las Vegas pretty much once a month.
Understood.
And then visit all the locations here.
Is there a manager, a general manager at both locations on more of a day-to-day basis?
There are, yes.
Okay. And you understand that we've asked for a key employee application to be filed?
Yes.
Somebody here in Las Vegas?
Correct.
And has that been filed already?
It has.
Okay, very good. And you attended our restricted licensee compliance seminar?
I did.
Very good. Glad to hear that. That's all the questions I had for you. Dr. Watkins, questions for Ms. Bulgatz?
Good afternoon, Ms. Bulgatz. It looks like you have, I mean, you know, you're currently in the position of CFO. You have, a master's degree in accountancy and a bachelor's in Spanish and communication. You certainly have a great educational background and 18 years of helping to run a business at Sammy's. So your application background looks really good to me. You already attended the restricted licensee seminar. Can you tell me one of the most important things that you learned at that seminar, during that seminar?
I, called the location right after because they were talking about the gambler, to make sure that there was the 800 number. And I was like, I couldn't remember whether that sign was posted. So I called the locations immediately and they're like, oh, of course it's posted. Or, I was like, okay, just making sure. But most of it, I've been around it for a long time, so I'm pretty familiar with it, but it was a good seminar for sure.
Well, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear you're handling compliance issues already, and that you learned something from that seminar. So thank you. I don't have any concerns regarding your background. Like I said, you have great educational history, and a lengthy history at Sammy's. So I think you're prepared for this position.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So when is the due date?
September 10th.
Wow, we tried to call you so you
I
wouldn't
know,
have to fly.
I was already on my way. Yeah.
I figured, yeah, you were at the
amazing.
airport and, all
Yep.
right, okay.
Last trip for her before.
There you go. All right,
Yep.
well, good luck with all that.
Thank you very much.
Is this your first one?
It is, yes.
Oh, wow, exciting, huh? Great. Sammy's I go to on West Sahara,
Mhm.
probably like once or twice a month.
Oh, wonderful.
Are they still gonna have the garbanzo beans and the
hummus?
sun-dried tomatoes and the Italian salad, the chopped Italian salad?
Oh, yeah, it's never going
Oh,
away.
okay, because last time I went there, they forgot my garbanzo beans and my sun-dried tomatoes.
So we don't put garbanzo beans on the salad, but we have sun-dried tomatoes or Kalamata olives.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, as long as they keep that there, I'll be
But we have
back.
hummus with our garbanzo beans.
Yeah, very good. All right. Well, good luck to you and with the baby and your new position, and I'm more than happy to support your application.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
And did you handle this application all by yourself?
I did.
And how was that process?
Long. All the talk about Jeff Silver, I actually, he's been my boss, Sammy Ledecky, who owns the 2 licenses, has done everything for him. And we applied back in October of 2020. And apparently it was kind of misconstrued that I was looking to be a key employee, but that was not what I was looking for. It was to be the manager. So I essentially started over. And so I was like, I'm just going to do this myself. So it went very well. The agent has been, she's amazing. So
Great. Well, that's commendable to be able to do it yourself. That's not always easy. So congrats on that. And congratulations on the expected addition to your family.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 3.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
And we do not need the condition because she's already attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar, correct? So there'll be no, no condition. All right, very good, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you for being here. Good luck to you.
Very much.
Congratulations. Bringing us to restricted item number 4, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 003 for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here with me today is the VP of Regulatory Compliance for Jet Gaming. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, just give a brief overview of this application, and we'd be here to answer any questions that you may have.
Please.
Thank you. This location is a new build convenience store to be known as Terribles 003. and the major cross streets are Main Street and Lewis Avenue, adjacent to Las Vegas City Hall. The business operator anticipates the construction to be completed and opening the store to take place on or about the end of this month or early of next month. The SRO, Terrible Gaming, is requesting approval to hold a restricted gaming license for the store and has entered into a space lease agreement with the business operator, Terrible Herbst Inc., for the operation of 5 gaming machines. In accordance with Regulation 4.080, the applicant acknowledges and understands the responsibility to activate its restricted gaming license within 6 months from the approval date. The applicant does not foresee any issues with activating its restricted gaming license if approved within the time frame set forth in Regulations 4.080. With that, Mr. Chairman, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Ms. Haas, what was at this location before?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Yana Hasjet Gaming. There was actually old Terrible store at this location, so this is complete.
Gotcha. What's the cross street?
It's a Main Street and
Main Street and Lewis.
Lewis. Okay, very good. Thank you. And how long did the development take from start to where we are today?
I believe we applied in February last year. Is that correct? So that's about the time we started to rebuild the store.
Okay, great. And Mr. Donato, you're aware that this has the standard surveillance approval condition?
Yes, we are aware of that and we accept that a condition.
All right. Member Watkins, you have questions?
Good afternoon to everyone. I do not have questions or concerns related to this matter.
All right, Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. So Main and Lewis, it's right by the courthouse?
Correct. It's right adjacent to City Hall. So
Yeah, City Hall and the courthouse there. Oh, okay. Should be a busy, busy store. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. Agent Jones did a good job. I don't have any particular questions. Thank you for being here in person, Ms. Haas.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And thank you, Agent Johnson. She did a fantastic job.
Great. Thank you. I'll take a motion then if somebody's prepared to on restricted number 4.
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman?
Aye, that motion passes. Bringing us to restricted item number 5, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 5 is the application of J LLC doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 444 free restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here with me today is the VP of Regulatory Compliance, Ms. Haas. And just really quick, I'd like to give another brief overview of this location and
Please.
here to answer any questions. Mr. Chairman, this location is also a new build convenience store to be known as Terribles number 444. And the major cross streets for this location is Tropical Parkway and Land Boulevard in Las Vegas. The business operator anticipates the construction to be completed and the opening of the store to take place on or about September or October of 2024. The SRO, Terribles Gaming, is requesting approval to hold the restricted gaming license for the store and has entered into a space lease agreement with the business operator, Terrible Herbst Inc., for the operation of 7 gaming machines at the location. In accordance with Regulation 4.080, the applicant acknowledges and understands the responsibility to activate its gaming license within 6 months from the approval date. The applicant does not foresee any issues with making the activation in a timely manner. With that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Donato. And on both this item and the previous item, appreciate you and Ms. Haas being here. Recently, the board has seen situation where new development has been very close to the timeline. We as a gaming control board and the investigation staff is doing everything we can to move as fast as possible because we're trying to be a good partner to industry and the economy in Nevada. We're trying to move these applications through as fast as possible, as I'm sure you're trying to do as well, to get your locations open. Sometimes what ends up happening, and the reason why we ask you to come today, is just to be sure that development is still on track. Otherwise, what ends up happening, if it's not the 6-month rule that Mr. Donato mentioned, our Reg 4080, ends up being that then you have to come back, which causes you more time, more money, and creates an extra application for us. So glad to hear that both of these locations are on time and hopefully open exactly when you want them to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's also helpful too, during this investigation process, the agents now require photographs to show that walls are actually up before they put us onto an agenda.
That's important. Yeah. So we can both see how far development is. And we understand as well, a lot of these new developments are having utility issues. So your construction might be done, but if you don't have the utilities, if we get our bookmaking matters as fast as possible for our paperwork, sometimes if the utilities don't get done, then we're back and we'll see again in 6 months, and nobody wants that.
Absolutely.
Great. Dr. Watkins, did you have questions?
Yeah, just quickly, how long did the construction take on this one?
So we applied in December, and the construction is almost complete. We should get power within next 2 weeks, so we should be pretty much ready to go next month.
Okay, thank you. I do not have other questions or concerns related to this application.
You're saying when the store started getting built, when they started putting shovels in ground, was only December?
I think it was before that, Mr. Chairman. I know that the construction had started. I'm not sure exactly when, but we submitted the application shortly after when the construction.
Pretty close to that time. So I'm guessing you've done enough of these that you know if this is the day they start moving dirt, that this is the day that we get our certificate of occupancy, right? Yeah. Okay, great. Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I have no questions.
All right, very good. I take a motion then on restricted item number 5.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and or mirror must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
And again, for the record, Mr. Donato, you're aware of that condition and your client agrees to it?
Yes, we have reviewed the condition and accept the same.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you both.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Marta Rosen for all her work on this application as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day. Madam Secretary, I believe that finishes our restricted calendar. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, bringing us then to our patron disputes.
Correct.
All right, please read in the first of the patron disputes.
First item is Franklin Walker versus Montego Bay Casino Resort, case number 24EL00004. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I personally have gone through and reviewed the recommendation of the hearing examiner, as well as all of the exhibits that we have in our record on review. I did not have any questions or comments about anything in there. I want to confirm for the record that my fellow board members also had the opportunity and actually did review the hearing examiner's recommendation, reviewed all the exhibits, and didn't have any questions or need to provide any discussion regarding the recommendation today during our hearing. Dr. Watkins?
Yes, Chairman, I had the opportunity to review the recommendation and all of the supporting materials. I don't have any questions or concerns.
All right, Judge Assad?
I as well, and I'm in support of the conclusion.
I also am in support of the conclusion, and so I would entertain a motion if either of my colleagues would like to make one.
I move to approve the hearing examiner's recommendation that the agent's decision to deny payment be affirmed.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes, bringing us to our second patron dispute.
The second patron dispute item is William Gates versus Red Rock Casino Resort Spa, case number 23LV01126. The hearing examiner recommends recommends the agent's decision denying payment. If
Thank you, Madam Secretary. On this patron dispute, I again went through the recommendation of the hearing examiner as well as all the materials included on our record on review. I want to confirm for our record today that I did not have any questions or comments regarding the record and the recommendation of the hearing examiner, which I agree with. Also, for the record, I want to confirm if my fellow board members had any questions or comments or need any discussion on the hearing examiner's recommendation, and also confirm that they have all reviewed the exhibits in the record we have before us today. Dr. Watkins?
Yes, Chairman, I had the opportunity and did review the recommendation and all of the supporting materials. I agree with the recommendation, and I don't have any issues for discussion here today.
Thank you. Judge Assad?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I also have reviewed the recommendation, the exhibits, and I'm in agreement with the conclusion as well.
All right, then I would accept the motion from one of my colleagues regarding this patron dispute.
I move to approve the hearing examiner's recommendation that the agent's decision to deny payment be affirmed.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, that motion passes. I believe, Madam Secretary, that brings us to our regulation agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we've been going for about an hour and a half. So let's give the court reporter a break before we start on that. Let's do a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:25. Okay, we are back on the record after our recess, and I believe what we have next is our agenda for regulation review. Madam Secretary, do you need to read that in?
I do. You have two regulation agenda items regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 16 and 22 as noted on the agenda.
Senior Deputy Attorney General Somps, what do you have for us today?
Thank you, Chair, board members, Madam Secretary. For the record, Mike Somps with the Attorney General's Office. And you should have with you a draft dated June 7th, 2024 of proposed changes to Reg 16. And these changes involve the definition of prescribed activity and changes regarding requirements for beneficial owners of voting securities of registered PTCs. So these proposed changes that you have before you in the draft today are a result of a workshop that was held back in May of this year. And I'll just quickly go through these changes and I'll highlight what we changed since the workshop. First change is in 16.010 sub 17, and that amends the definition of prescribed activity, just matching up with the statutory definition there. So nothing major with that. The other changes are in 16.405. And these changes are to comply with the direction of the legislature through NRS 463.643 sub 3 and 4, directing or allowing the commission to adopt regulations setting forth when certain things must occur. So for any person who becomes subject to 463.643 sub 3, in other words, those owning more than 5% of the voting securities of PTC who report that ownership to the SEC, they must, within 10 days after filing any report and any amendment thereto with the SEC, notify the commission that the report has been filed. And then we have changes in 16.405 sub 6. This is new language that came as a result of the board's discussions at the workshop. And so what we've done here is that for any person who becomes subject to 463.643 sub 4, in other words, those owning more than 10% of the voting securities of a PTC, they are going to be required to apply to the commission for a finding of suitability within 30 days, or they're going to have to divest to below 10% within 30 days. And then we also added some language, kind of a safety valve, that allows the board chair to extend these time periods upon good cause shown. So again, those are the proposed changes to Reg 16 that we're asking you to look at and take action on today.
Thank you, Senior Deputy Thompson. Yes, I recall our workshop where we went through this pretty extensively, and then the decision was we had some commentary about should we send it back for a little further review. In part of your review, was the industry or experienced gaming council involved in working with the Attorney General's office and the board to come up with this language?
So I worked with Member Watkins and with Russell Teggio to come up with this language, and it really was designed to make sure that the burden is not on the board, it was instead on the person that goes over 10% to file the finding of suitability application.
And how long has the public and the industry have since the time they saw these proposed revisions? When was it posted?
I don't know the exact date, but it was probably within the last 2 weeks.
A couple of weeks, you believe. And Madam Secretary, have we received any public comments regarding this proposed revision?
Yep.
All right. And from the Attorney General's office, did you receive any input?
I did not.
Okay. I'll turn it over then to Dr. Watkins. I know you were involved in this. As Senior Deputy Somps mentioned, please let us know if you've got comments or if you received any input as well.
Right. I did not receive any input from the industry chairman, but I did have concerns as it related to the last workshop that we may have been taking a route that the legislature had not intended. And so I wanted to make sure that we were acting consistently with the legislature's intent, and also not placing a burden on ourselves that was not intended, and placing the burden with the appropriate person who is most knowledgeable about their ownership interest, which is going to be that individual who may perhaps go above 10% ownership. So I think the amendment properly places the burden on any potential licensee to provide notice to the board and to apply for a finding of suitability or divest ownership interest to less than 10%. And I think this is consistent now with recent legislative amendments removing that burden from the board. So my concerns have now been relieved with the language as presented today.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the additional time you spent on working on these proposed revisions with the Attorney General's office and board staff after our workshop a couple of months ago. Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments about the proposed revision?
So under 643, it's a 5% threshold?
5% or more.
Or more.
That reporting requirement comes into
In
play.
405, under 16405, it's 10% or more.
Right, pursuant to the statute.
Right. Okay. And then how would a potential owner of 10% or more, how would they actually know that at the time? I mean, is the company going to just send them a notice or something, or it's their responsibility to know, I'm sure.
Their responsibility. I might defer to Mr. Teggio if he's available as to how that might come about.
Okay. Is he available? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm available.
Yes.
Typically, though, our publicly traded companies are assigned monitoring agents, and those monitoring agents go out to the SEC website and see what's been filed within the last month before doing their monthly status reports. And there they can also pick up the 13, the Form 13s that probably get filed by the individuals of their ownership.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm curious as well, and I think Mr. Teggio, you answered this question for me before when I was inquiring. It sounded like to me the judge was referring more to how the individual comes to know, not how our agents come to know.
So then I'm sorry to cut you off there, Member Watkins, but so then what our agents will do will either most likely reach out to the company and say, do you want to notify this individual or entity that they are above 10%? And that most of them comply, or we just do it ourselves.
So are you saying that when we contact the PTC, then generally the individual does not yet know? Is that what you're saying?
No. So it's done two ways. Either corporate securities will send out a letter to the entity or individual who is above 10%, or we contact the PTC and see if they want to do it and let them know, which it's done both ways.
No, so I think you're misunderstanding the question. And
Okay.
so the question is how the individual comes to know that they themselves are above 10%, not on our end, not with regard to how our agents come to know, but how the individual who may perhaps have the ownership interest above 10% comes to know. Are they notified by the PTC?
They
Deputy
can.
Chief Teggio, can you go to the podium, or IT in Carson City, switch the camera over there? We're just seeing a lot of chairs.
So what can tend to happen is, let's just say a PTC does a little stock buyback and someone's at 9.9%. They'll know because they should be able to see, because above 5% is when the individual or entity has to start filing with the SEC. So they'll know, and then typically what will happen is even the entity or the individual, if they're that high, will know that they've either crossed another threshold, because if any movement of more than 1% with the SEC, then they have to refile a document with the SEC, an amended Form 13.
Right. Okay. And so the burden is then properly with the individual rather than us to notify us of their change in ownership interest, right?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Chief, it's also my understanding all these PTCs have investor relations, and it's their responsibility, as you said, for the SEC. If there's that big of a movement, they're tracking this at least on a monthly, if not a daily basis, because there's other reporting requirements, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, good. All right. I'm satisfied with these revisions. Dr. Watkins, do you have anything else?
Nothing further. I'm in support of the amendments.
Judge, anything else?
No, thank you.
Senior Deputy Somps, anything else we need to know about?
No, Mr. Chairman, although I would suggest that these could be made effective upon adoption as part of your recommendation.
Part of the recommendation of the commission, I would agree. I don't see any reason we would need to wait because it's kind of a rolling basis anyway. If we waited, it wouldn't make a difference for the people out there in the real world waiting for this. So if you don't believe we need to give them 30 days notice as a heads up, I'd be fine on adoption and approval. I would also be fine if you told me that we should give the industry 30 days to get their investor relations up to speed. I'd be fine either way.
I don't believe so. And I'll defer to Mr. Taggio again to see if he has any different view on that.
I don't have it. I haven't thought about that, to be honest with you. So whether it's the 30 days. Yeah. Well, I'll go with what Chief Hoffman says and effective immediately.
Okay. I guess the only question there would be is if somebody crossed the threshold immediately after commission action, which is probably still, they're not going to be on this month's agenda. So the industry is on notice now to start paying attention that if anybody's getting close to the thresholds, they should be prepared, probably not this month's commission meeting, but maybe the next month's commission meeting. Okay. So I'd be fine with that upon adoption and approval that it would become effective. Anything else?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, then I would take a motion on the recommendation regarding the potential revisions to Regulation 16.
I hereby move that the board recommend for consideration and adoption by the Nevada Gaming Commission the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 16 as presented in the draft dated June 7, 2024, and be made effective upon adoption.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The recommendation passes. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
I believe we are now on our public comments.
Did we have another regulation? I think we've got 22. Well, there he is right there. Go ahead and read that in, Madam Secretary.
Your next regulation agenda item are proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 22, as noted on the agenda.
All right, and did we receive any public comments regarding Regulation 22?
Did not.
All right, thank you very much. Senior Deputy McKellar, you want to tell us what we have in front of us today and how we got here?
Yes, I will. And good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today, for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission, are proposed changes to Regulation 22.060 and 22.115. The draft before you is dated July 16th, 2024. You held a workshop on these proposed changes on May 23rd, 2024. These proposed changes were on your July agenda. However, they were referred back based on internal discussions regarding the Enforcement Division being inundated with novel requests for House rules. The main purpose of the draft before you today is to require reporting when a book accepts an ostensible wager on an event whose outcome has already been determined, and to clarify when approval from the board chair is necessary to rescind a wager. Both of these proposed changes flow from discussions with licensees regarding how to handle the occurrence of a book taking money for a wager on an event whose outcome has already been determined. The change to Regulation 22.060, subsection 3, would require reporting such instances to the board. The difference between the current draft and the workshop draft is that, while immediate reporting is still required, 45 days is now allowed to provide a supplemental report with all of the details. The change to Regulation 22.115 clarifies that books do not need chair approval to recognize that a wager is void if it is placed after the outcome of the event has already been determined. The drafts of 22.115, which were before you at the workshop and at your July meeting, would have allowed rescission without chair approval if a book's house rules provided for rescission in certain circumstances. The board's enforcement division reviews house rules, and they must be approved by the board chair. Based on this, the enforcement division was concerned that it would be inundated with new and novel house rule proposals allowing rescission without board chair approval under a myriad of circumstances. To address this potential issue, the proposed changes to Regulation 22.115 have been limited to specify that board chair approval is not required to recognize a wager placed after the outcome of an event has been determined is void. All other instances where a book would like a wager rescinded would remain unchanged. The book would have to request board chair approval. Limiting the proposed changes in this matter addresses the main industry concern regarding wagers placed after the outcome of an event has been determined and prevents the board from being inundated with new and novel house rule approval requests regarding rescission without board chair approval. These other rescission issues could still be addressed through the current process of a book making a request for board chair approval of a wager rescission. These changes may be made effective upon adoption by the Commission, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKellar. Let me take a minute here for a little bit of housekeeping matter while we still got everybody in the room. I want to be clear for the last item. I didn't call for any public comment. I didn't see anybody in Carson City or Las Vegas wishing to step up on the prior regulation, but for the purpose of the record, is anyone either here or in Carson City who did wish to speak on the prior regulation, prior recommendation? Seeing none, we will be sure we save that piece in the record and the transcript, that include an opportunity for public comment on our prior recommendation. Let me now do the same for this proposed recommendation. Is there anyone here or in Carson City in the public wishing to make comment regarding this proposed revision recommendation? Seeing none on that. Mr. McKellar, I agree with you. We had a very lengthy workshop on this, and there was a lively debate, and I thought a very good debate about trying to be fair, which is a overarching and important goal for the board, to be fair to both the patron and to the licensee. And I had gone back and read the regulatory history of when the 22.115 was put in place, and there was discussion about house rules and it being a contract between the patron and the licensee. And one of the things that to me, part of being fair is that we don't saddle licensees with past postings and some create an opportunity based on time. The world's changed a lot since that reg was put in place. About somebody in the day it was passed, that a person would have to actually walk up to a counter. They would place a bet. They would be handed a paper ticket, and they would generally go back to that same book a day or 2 or 3 weeks later, however long it might be, and they would have to deal with that same ticket writer and that same book. And so if a patron were to knowingly or even unknowingly make a past post, they would have a relationship with that book where the book would be able to say, maybe I made a mistake here, but you get over on me once, that's it. You can't come back. Now in the digital age, there is a opportunity that if past posting happens, that a knowing or unknowing individual could place a bet on an event that has already had an outcome. So there is not an unknown outcome. That allows that particular individual to have no relationship human to human with the book, and then allows them to possibly take a very large wager knowingly and cash that out, and then perhaps leave that electronic book. And so they don't care about the relationship. That's certainly not what the Gaming Control Board is here to do. And I like the fact that we're still talking about an ostensible wager, meaning we don't know if it's a wager or not. But if there is an event whose outcome has already been determined, then there is no wager. That's a simple fact. And it'll be very clear if the commission approves this, that you can't place a wager on that. You can't file a patron dispute on that. If you either knowingly or unknowingly placed a bet on something that has already been determined, the 100-meter race a couple of days ago, if you happen to know the results because you have a faster internet connection than somebody else and you place a bet because a book lets you, if the outcome is determined, there is no wager. If this is approved in the state of Nevada, there's no wager. There's no patron dispute. It simply did not happen. And so I like that bright line test, and I would be in support of this. I also appreciate the work of the Attorney General's office and those that you spoke with the industry to try to come up with exact wording on this that we didn't try to do in the middle of a workshop. Wasn't the proper place to get a bunch of lawyers together and dance on the head of a pin to come up between ors and ands and everything else and semicolons, but taking the time to do that appropriately, I think is the way these regs should be put back in place. And then as we are sitting here today, giving the public the opportunity to say, no, I think you do need a comma there. I think you need a semicolon. Seeing nobody in the room here or in Carson City, I believe this is proper drafting and I'll be in support of it. Dr. Watkins, your thoughts?
Thank you, Chairman, and I agree with what you said. I'll add emphasis to the point that if there's an event where the outcome has already been known, there is no wager. And this is whether knowing the wager is knowingly placed with the outcome already having been determined or not. And that's irrespective of House rules. I don't think House rules can right away the fact or determine whether or not there was a wager. And in this case, with this amendment, we are saying that there is no wager if the outcome is already known. And thank you, Mr. McKellar, for your presentation. And I just want to confirm that consistent with your understanding, in accordance with Reg 22.115's proposed amendment and 22.060, the amendment there, the inference is that a book may unilaterally rescind an ostensible wager.
I think we have to parse it a little bit, Member Watkins, because what we're saying in the draft language is that there's nothing to rescind. We're saying that if it's placed after the outcome has already been determined, it's just flat out not a wager. There's nothing to rescind.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Understood. And that makes sense. So, I mean, even if we call it a ostensible wager, you still add that caveat, that qualifier.
Well, the ostensible part is, if a book issues a ticket or a mobile wagering app says, okay, this wager's placed, it appears to be true, but it's not necessarily the case, which is, the heart of the definition of ostensible.
Okay. Understood. All right. Thank you for parsing those words. Appreciate it. That's all
Judge
I have.
Assad. Thank you. Judge?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I like the word ostensible because it has it's subject to some variable interpretation. The inherent in the definition of a wager is that it must be a legal and binding and meeting of the minds type of contractual agreement between the patron and the licensee. If someone makes goes up, places a bet, and the soccer game in Brazil, because of time differences and what have you, is it's already taken place, but the book here doesn't have it for whatever reason, whether it's whether it's Stadium or whoever the provider is for the information, Don Best or whoever, if they made a mistake and they left it up on the board, whether that patron knew about it or not, it's irrelevant. It's a legal fiction. It didn't happen because it wasn't a true bet where there was a meeting of the minds where the licensee and the patron understood that the event had not yet occurred. If the event is already concluded, by very definition of a wager, it's not a wager because it didn't have that meeting of the minds element. It didn't exist. It's just a legal fiction. So this relieves us of the burden and the hearing officer of having complaints come before us. All the licensee has to do now is simply notify us within 45 days of that event. And as long as they put it in house rules, that the patron is well aware as well of the situation. So everybody's on notice, and it's going to relieve a lot of congestion and extra work that we really don't need. So I thank you for your hard work on this, Mr. Michaela.
And following up on what Dr. Watkins said, the first sentence of 22-115, a book may not unilaterally rescind any wager without the prior written approval of the chair. I believe that for now, that makes sense, that there's always conversation about just mistakes that might be made, often called in the industry fat finger mistakes or fumble finger mistakes. To me, those should still be presented to the chair for approval. Otherwise, we end up in a situation where the drafters of this, the former board and commission that dealt with it, wanted to be sure there was a review on those particular wagers, that the chair could only rescind them, so that we didn't have a situation which happened years ago where there was a mistake on a parlay card and the licensee just decided, well, no, we're not going to honor that. So for now, I believe that should be put in place. Something that I look forward to discussing with the industry as the world proceeds into a more electronic type of betting environment is, it seems to me, again, to be fair to both the patron and the licensee, perhaps there's a way to put guardrails in place for the book has an ability to start using things like artificial intelligence to keep their employees from making fumbled finger mistakes. It should say to the employee, you know, all the other bets on this particular outcome are in this range. And now you're trying to enter an outcome, anything's between minus 110 and minus 440, you're putting in a minus 30,000. And so you need to check that, or you are putting in a bet option that just does not fit with all the other options for this particular event. It seems to me that proper software, proper AI might catch that. From the same side of being fair to the patron, if a patron were to have a fat finger or a fumble finger mistake, I believe it would be fair that the race and sportsbook electronic apps would be able to do the same thing you do standing across the counter. You have to check your ticket before you walk away. I believe most of the apps already do a confirmation. You've placed your bet. I am now asking you, do you confirm that this is what you want to bet? It also wouldn't be out of line if the patron were to set parameters, which I'm sure they'll be able to do with responsible gaming. But how about if they were able to do it with you set your normal limits. I bet between $2 and $200. And if I made a fumbled finger mistake and I put in a $20,000 bet and I had that much money in my account, it'd be great if the mobile app was able to say, you know, you've never bet this much before, or you set a parameter that you only want to bet between $2 and $200, and you're way outside that range. That would make it easier, again, as the judge mentioned on our hearing examiner, to say you had to confirm it, you were within your range or you were outside your range, and the computer asked you again. So that would solve a patron fumble fingers. And again, to the extent the industry is able to figure it out with the sports wagering systems, that they can keep from more of the fumbled finger mistakes, all the better for the industry, all the better to make it fair for the patron. And I would be in support of that. The technology might not be there yet, but it's something for the industry and sports wagering systems to look into. I know it's just not a question in Nevada. This question happens all across the United States, I assume all across the world. And the more that technology can prevent fat-fingered or fumble-fingered mistakes, I think it's all the better for the industry. Dr. Watkins, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further from me, Chairman.
Judge,
Nothing further. Thank you.
Senior Deputy McKellar.
Nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and again, just for the record, nobody here from the public after hearing the board members' questions. Is there anybody in the public in Las Vegas or in Carson City wishing to make public comment?
Carson.
Seeing none, I would take a motion for a recommendation regarding Regulation 22.
And is this to be effective upon adoption?
That is my recommendation, Member Watkins. Yes.
Okay. I hereby move that the board recommend for consideration and adoption by the Nevada Gaming Commission the proposed amendments to NGC Regulation 22.060 and 22.115 as presented in the draft dated July 16, 2024, and to be made effective upon adoption.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you, Senior Deputy McKellar.
Thank you.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our public comment. Is that correct? All right.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, the board may not consider matters brought up during public comment. However, of course, we want to hear from the public and my fellow board members during this comment section. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this afternoon?
Nobody in Carson.
Nobody in Carson. Thank you. Anybody in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, I will make a couple of quick comments myself. This particular building was named after Governor Grant Sawyer, who was actually a pioneer in modern gaming. He's often referred to as the father of modern gaming. And what he did 65 years ago in creating the Nevada Gaming Commission and the two-tiered system lives on today. And I still believe it's the best gaming system in the world. I would hope as we leave this building, and it's very likely that this will be our last chance to have a board meeting in this particular building, that I would hope that the state would find another way to honor Grant Sawyer, former governor, and find another way to put his name on a building or something suitable. I know he has a middle school named after him here in Las Vegas, and he also has a building named after him in northern Nevada. But his legacy for gaming regulation, his starting of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, which was one of the most prestigious gaming law firms ever in the history of the world, has meant a lot to this state. And as we leave this building, it's been a tired building. I came in here in '95, so you could actually say I came with the furniture, and now I'm going to be leaving with the furniture. For those of you wondering where we will be next month for this board meeting, we actually don't know. We're a bit of an orphan. The Gaming Control Board has had its own hearing room at least since the 80s on Maryland Parkway. This will be the first time the Gaming Control Board doesn't have its own room. We are looking forward to the new rooms that we will be sharing over on the new Southern Nevada campus. And we will keep the public apprised of that. They will be beautiful buildings. In the meantime, we're going to lean on some of our other local municipalities who have hearing rooms. So it's possible we may be in the city of Las Vegas, Henderson, or Clark County for the next couple of months. Same with the Nevada Gaming Commission, as well as some regulatory workshops we'll be having in the next couple of months. But we will keep everybody apprised. And to this building, thank you for all the great memories, and thank you for all being here in person or virtually today. And that will conclude our meeting, and possibly the last meeting in the Grant Sawyer building today for the August Gaming Control Board meeting for 2024. Thank you all.